Welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, chat!
We're at episode 29. 29. A rather insignificant number, I must say. um, but I'm so glad to see you all here, as always. Wow, we got 20 people watching us right now. Always a boost whenever you raid directly into the show.
Yippee!
Anyway, it's great to see you all. Let's see who do I got in chat right now. Let's check this out. Hello, typing. Hello, NDA. Hello, villain. Hi, Marku, and hello, Viking. How are you all this evening or afternoon or morning, where the hell you are? Okay. We got plenty to do. So, an amazing thing has happened tonight, chat. Rosa has more stories than I do tonight.
I am the bearer of stories.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, Melissa. Hello. And hi, Guers Ones.
Welcome.
What do you call Guers Ones? I know he's your chatter, not mine.
What?
Guers Ones in 201. Is he just call him Guers? Okay. Guers.
Yeah.
Okay, Guers.
I'm pretty sure his name means Spice Roach.
Oh, really? I'm sure you love that.
Something like that. Yeah, he's great. He's hilarious. I
Okay.
love him. Rose was late. We didn't have time to find something else to get distracted by.
But anyway, we got lots of news to cover tonight. So let's
Jazz
get into
calls me John Chat.
John Chat. Joe Talk. All right. Well, with that and with all the news we got to get to, how much of your week do you want to talk about? Let's be real. It's been a ride for you.
Here, I'll just go over the things that have been cool this week.
Okay.
I finally got to play some Monster Hunter with Jazz and Asta, who I've been wanting to play Monster Hunter with since I got Wild. We finally got him his I say we. It was like you, Jazz, and like some of the people in chat got him his new graphics card so he can finally play Monster Hunter with us.
Yeah.
So that was nice to do some Monster Hunter with him. I also, during that same stream, after everyone left, I did a solo Arc-Tempered Raid Owl.
Okay.
So that was pretty epic. That was pretty fucking epic. Basically, it's the quote-unquote supposedly toughest monster in the game right now.
Oh, okay.
But I did solo because it's Raid Owl, and it's the monster that I practiced the most during the demo.
Oh, okay.
So, well, yes, he's like the toughest, hardest hitting, blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
His moveset's also really fucking predictable for me. So.
It's like a Dark Souls boss.
It was just a matter of locking in. I've also been getting really good at the parrying with the greatsword. The more I play the greatsword, the less clunky and like the more fun it feels. And because I slowly get used to like the main combat of it, and then I'm like, okay, well, now let's add this like more complex technique. Okay, and then now let's practice this more complex technique. And it's like I'm just slowly mastering it, and I'm getting to the point where like I at this point like pretty confidently hit the right buttons for what I want to do most of the time. And now I'm just getting used to like the timing of monsters so that I can predict what they're gonna do beforehand and do epic plays.
Okay. Well, it's also that one epic clip of you doing like the Tarzan swing into a dive attack or whatever that killed the monster. Was that a kill shot? Was that a kill shot?
I don't remember this.
Remember, like, it was like on top of like some kind of rock thing.
Oh,
and you
I swung up onto it to mount it. I mounted is what I did.
You mounted him from like it was like a freaking Tarzan swing.
Yeah, it was epic.
That was freaking cool.
But yeah, I've been having a really good time with like the parrying and stuff. Like I got like 2 parries like back to back during like one of the fights that we did. And I just kept stunning him, so like I just put him down basically onto the ground. which is nice. I killed a monster with a rock sling
Okay.
during the last stream as well. So, and then I immortalized it in like a David versus Goliath style like piece that MS Paint's drawing.
I saw that. I saw that.
But anyways, so aside from all that fun, I also today have been playing loads of Oblivion. Brother Doom was epic and got me the remaster because I've as much as I've been enjoying the original,
Hmm.
right? It being the older version of the game, which comes with some clunk. On top of that,
Yeah.
me playing it on old hardware rather than playing it like on PC, for
Hey,
example.
you're playing it on
Um,
native PS3, aren't you?
yeah, playing on native PS3. There's additional clunk. I'm playing on native PS3 with controllers that are not meant for the PS3. The
Oh,
PS5 has a
yeah.
little bit less delay than the like fucking Chinese knockoff PSP controller that I have because I don't
Yeah.
have any native PSP controllers. And even with the PS5 controller, there's some delay. Your
Hmm.
PS2 is screaming for help. Yeah, the second I unplugged my PS5 controller from it, it started freaking out. I don't know why.
Yeah, we could hear it. We could literally hear it through the mic. Like the mic was
Yeah,
picking up the fan. It was like what's happening?
yeah, that scared the fuck out of me. But aside from that, the most eventful things I've done this week is I renewed my license, so I'm officially an Alabama man.
There you go.
I have a new license picture. I don't know why I was given my license. So as part of like moving from one state to another, they make you take like. I was told I was going to have to take my driving exam again, but they just made me take the eye exam again.
Yeah, it's just an
at
eye
the
exam.
DMV. Yeah, and so the lady had me cover my eye and read from like the fifth line,
Hmm.
and I read it, and then she had me cover my other eye and then read from the fifth line, and then she had me cover my first eye again, and she was like, "Up to what line can you read comfortably?" And I was like, I tried my best at reading 3, and I tried my best at reading 4, and she was like, "Okay,
Uh-oh.
you can sit down now to take your picture." And I was like, "Okay." And then after I took my picture and I sat back down like at the desk next to her, like near where
Hmm.
like the thing with the letters was, I looked up at it and like I got like more than half of them wrong. I don't know why I was given a license, but I was given a license.
Well, I mean, does your license say that you have to be wearing glasses when you drive?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's why. Because don't you
Oh,
take
hold on.
did you take the eye exam with the glasses on?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, that's a problem.
You can't see the board without like if I were to take off my glasses, it would just look like a white piece of paper with like little black dots on it.
Just
On the
smudges,
wall.
like thumb smudges.
Yeah. Um but yeah, I don't know. I'm getting new glasses, but they're the same prescription that I currently have. Because the last time I got a newer prescription, this prescription is like several years old now. I got this prescription in 2022.
Hmm.
But the last time that I got new glasses in 2024, so literally last year, um,
You need to get
they
LASIK.
I couldn't like they just I just couldn't adapt to them. I just couldn't. I still have them, but I just couldn't adapt to them, and I didn't see much better with them. Like if I closed an eye and I like pressed to my like eye, like I could kind of see with it, but like it wasn't much clearer than what I already have with these glasses. So I figured that's fine. So I got the new ones with the old prescription, with the same one
Okay.
as these. These
I
also
ha-
have like scratches, which make it a little bit harder to see.
Hmm.
Hag thank you. But yeah, so I got my new license. I also opened the new bank account, here, where I moved to.
Okay.
And I also spent a lot of time talking to my dad, and it's looking like we're actually, for real, finally gonna go into a business venture together and like try to open a business. After
Yeah.
years of talking about it,
Yeah,
he
after years
finally
of
was
like
like,
blue balling you on it.
yeah, yeah. And years of blue balling me on it, and then teaching my sister how to run his tire shop instead. Um,
Well, you running off to
I love
Alabama
her,
didn't help.
and she's great at it. Well, no, he taught her before that, before I moved.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I know
Yeah,
that, but then but still, it doesn't help.
yeah, it's true. I do think it's crazy that it took me moving to Alabama for him to actually try to help me start something. But, anywho's, But yeah, and he's actually, for the first time ever, was actually super into the idea that I came up with. Because normally he hates my ideas.
The barcade?
Yeah,
Maybe barcade.
maybe barcade, but for sure
Yeah.
arcade.
Right.
But
Jeff
well,
is saying
I did.
bowling alley / bar, but
No, they have a bowling alley here
there's
already.
already a bowling alley. Yeah. Because here's the thing, like the place where Rosa lives, chat, it only has room for like one of everything. Like that, like when you like whenever a thing pops up that's unique, that one entity has cornered the market for that one thing for the whole town. Like that's like it doesn't
They
even
have
need.
multiple Mexican restaurants and multiple chicken places.
Well,
But here's the
restaurants
thing.
is a different game though.
Hold on. Here's the thing. When Peitho did her Facebook community post to ask people what they wanted, the third most commented thing was anything other than a Mexican or chicken place.
Man,
no more that
dude,
Mexican food. No more that black people fried chicken. Give us something else. Everyone asked for fucking steakhouse. Everyone's like, give us a steakhouse, please. Steakhouse.
Do you know how hard it is to, dude? The restaurant business is so stressful and it's so difficult.
It is.
It's probably one of, if not the toughest kind of business to run. It's hard, man.
Yeah.
Like you gotta like you gotta like know your shit going in. Like yeah, it's just.
It is also the kind of business that Peitho does know about because her dad owns a restaurant.
Well,
Peitho grew up working in a restaurant.
Well, the arcade can serve food.
Yeah, I agree. I still think arcades it's just the best option, right? Because like realistically speaking, like what her dad would know how to run would be like a Mexican restaurant, which is different to how
What if you had like a Mexican restaurant, or not a restaurant, but like a barcade that served Mexican food?
No. So the idea that I had if we did do like a steakhouse is to do something sort of like Miller's Ale House.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever been to one of those?
I'm familiar with it. I haven't been, but I know what it is.
That was like my favorite like sports bar. When I like lived in Miami, that's like where I'd always go to get drinks and like eat some food and stuff. And they were basically a steakhouse. They had like multiple options for steak as well as other types of food. And they were a sports bar, right?
Yeah, it's like an Applebee's, kind of similar to that.
Sorta, yeah. But yeah, so that's kind of like what I was thinking, right? Someone like that would be solid. Here, and I think people would like it because one of the big complaints was that there's nowhere open late on weekends, which means there's nowhere open after football games.
Oh.
So people were like, fuck. Yeah, so that's like a niche that's just no one's covering, and is in high demand. But the second most requested thing was something for kids to do. Well, something to do just in general, but something for kids to do especially. Out of all the people that requested something to do, like 2/3 of them requested something for kids specifically.
Arcade is great for that, especially because like modern arcades. But there's this chain of barcades in Denver. I don't know how expansive they are, but it's called One Up.
I've been there.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Like
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the model. Like they have it figured out. They have a bunch of they have a bunch of arcade cabinets, but they also have like party games. They have they have the bar obviously, but they also have giant Jenga and cornhole, and they have like these these little bit more. I guess I don't know if physically active game is the right word for it, but you know what I mean. It requires more physical activity.
It's not just arcade machines. It's
exactly. It's party games and stuff like that. Stuff that you would set up in your backyard on a weekend barbecue. You know what I mean? They have games like that. They have like this little outdoor area as well for those kinds of games, and it's like that place is like those places are packed every damn night. Like you go there it's packed by 8:00, and it's packed until 2 a.m.
Yeah. I remember when we went. I think we went like at night, and we actually had to line up because the ID at the door.
Yeah.
For, after a certain hour, they ID at the door, and
Mhm.
they only let you in if you're an adult.
Yeah, and this is the whole
Like
that's the
during the day,
thing,
kids are allowed, but at night, nah.
and that's the thing. It's like alcohol makes bank. You know what I mean? But it comes with all of
Yeah,
these extra things you got to do. Like
for like
you have to get your
responsibilities.
alcohol license, distribution
Yep.
license. You have to get security, and you have to have ID checks, and there's all these things that come with it. But it's very
Yeah.
doable. But it's very doable. You know, like the business model is there. You know, it's been
Yeah. Yeah.
proven.
But yeah, so like the bar section of that is a maybe still. Because
I
the
say
idea is that we
so.
basically want to cover all of the demographics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Security not needed, suspect. Well, because if you have a bar, you have to ID.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's like
Um.
it wouldn't necessarily be serving alcohol during all hours either, though. You can have it, you know, you can have family days and adult nights and
Yep.
yada
That's
yada yada.
exactly what I
Yeah,
was thinking.
yeah. You
Mm-hmm.
know, you just got to figure out what the right schedule is to like meet the needs of the community. So,
Yeah.
like after a football game, that's gonna be you're gonna have family
Bartender
nights.
IDs. Well, baby. Okay, let me explain to you why you need security. Let's say someone shows up and they want to drink and they drink and they become an asshole and they start causing problems.
Yeah, you.
Guess what? You need a fucking security guy.
The moment you have alcohol involved, the moment you have to have security involved.
Yeah.
Like
Because
they
you
come
need
to
to have.
they are married at the hip.
Hi.
Hi.
I came specifically for this because the pie is in the oven anyways. Okay. Security is not needed.
Why not?
I'll tell you why.
One.
Okay. Because people here, at least, are worried about getting shot.
That's fair.
We've never had to have security, at least here, at family-friendly places that
Mhm.
serves alcohol.
Okay. If you
Well,
say
yeah,
so.
you're right. Like Applebee's serves alcohol and they don't have security. Is that the
Yeah.
kind of vibe that you're talking
and
about?
they serve alcohol. It's if this was just a bar, then I'd be like, oh yeah, security. But because it is a family-friendly place, right? There are going to be kids there. Number one, most people probably won't drink enough to go insane around children here because
Mm-hmm.
people have manners.
Good.
And number two, if they did, a lot of people are not scared to beat someone the fuck up if they're being rowdy around their children.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Now explain to me
you
where-
can't have fights
explain to
between
me-
customers breaking out inside
What
your
he's saying.
establishment though
I don't
without
know what
any
he's saying.
Okay. What he's
without
saying
any kind of
is,
bouncing activity going on your end. Like
What he's saying is that you can't have people just fighting around in your establishment without, some sort of bounds or someone who's legally trained and it's their legal job to take care of the situation. Here's the thing. Let me explain.
Uh-huh.
Let's say that does happen, and a customer decides to take charge and beats him the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
That guy can sue us because that happened in our place, which means that we're liable for what happens to him at our location. Does that make sense? We don't have a guy whose legal job is to deal with problems.
Yeah, but I don't think you.
no, to be fair, to Paytho's point, that does it doesn't
Security question
like
mark?
at Applebee's. Usually
Also,
they just
at the
make
same
sure
time.
at a place like Applebee's. I don't know. I keep using Applebee's as an example, but going to be any place that serves alcohol that's also just a restaurant. But they basically hire people that work normal shifts as like waiters or bartenders or managers or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's always someone on shift that is trained in some kind of third party.
And certified.
Yeah, some kind of
is certified to do security work.
Exactly. And it's like that's like a training you could potentially offer people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, hey, we need a need for like someone on this night shift, to be, trained in security. So we're willing to, take volunteers and we'll, pay for your training and you'll get a little bit of a pay raise for having that extra. Because
I think you
that's the
need
thing.
to
Anybody who's filling that role, you have to pay them hazard
You
pay.
have to be willing to pay them the $28 that a security position is worth in this area. You have
Is
to
it?
remember that. Yes,
We looked through positions, baby.
baby.
For my friend Arthur.
Yes.
You remember?
Yep. And all of them are
Okay.
25 and over.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
No, they
There was
weren't.
only one that was like $17. There was a single one in all of the ones that I sent your
Okay.
friend.
So, this is what we were talking before. The idea is that we don't serve alcohol every night. We have nights where we serve alcohol.
I think that defeats the purpose of it being appealing to a lot of the college kids here.
That's fair. I don't know. We can discuss this later, baby. This is not.
I was gonna say it's something that
I
you
know.
got to figure out later.
I just wanna come here
It's something that we
because
can
my
discuss during the podcast.
yeah, I know. Anyways,
But
hi,
anyways.
helmsman.
Bye.
Yeah, I don't think you're thinking about all the legalities involved into this. The moment that you have alcohol involved,
No.
like I understand what you're saying from like a
This,
physical
no,
perspective.
hold on. This is what I'm saying just now. I do know about the legalities and stuff that come with it because my dad owned a restaurant that served alcohol, and that did specifically have a bar.
Yeah, but it's not a place that's specifically designated for kids.
Baby, it was a family restaurant. We had a lot of kids come in.
I get that, baby, but again, it's different. It's not a place that's specifically designated for kids to be
No.
running around. There's a difference between serving alcohol at a restaurant and serving alcohol at a park. That make sense? At a playground. You get what I'm saying? There's a difference. Yes, it's a family-friendly place, but it's also a place where you go in for the express purpose to eat and drink, consume food. You know, the kids aren't running around; they're sitting on a table and eating food.
You'd also have to have bartenders and to cut someone off.
Yeah, obviously that's obviously important. It doesn't just negate the fact that for the sake of liability, you need to have.
I forgot this was in my pocket. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to listening to my true crime.
Okay, baby. Go on.
I was gonna say
Love ya.
these are long conversations that have to be had with not just the two of you, but other
Yeah.
people as well.
What?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Go.
What?
He's just saying this is not the time. Go.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, but yeah, I scouted out a location for it. That hurt. Don't do it again.
Okay.
Love you.
There you go.
Give me a kiss.
There you go.
She just logged
Why?
that one
Because
away
he-
of like
because-
things to
because
do
he
to
smacked
him
you?
when he's being annoying in her mind.
Because I smacked you? I don't love you because I smacked you after you bit me? Women. Anyways.
Well, anyway,
Securities
so
is typing. But yeah, that's my week. I've been inquiring on business things. Sometime
Mhm.
next week, a couple on my birthday. I'm gonna go and scout out the place that
Mhm.
I looked at, which my dad
Okay.
also liked. I also had a conversation with my dad about the the machines, like what's the best route for for acquiring them, buying,
Yeah.
leasing, or partnering with someone. And he seems to agree that partnering with someone is the best way. After
It could
I wrote him like an essay on why I think that why I think that's the best option, and then he responded with, "Yeah, I agree."
yeah, because you don't know how to
Right.
run an arcade yet. So
Exactly.
that's the you want to take a low risk option that yeah. Basically you'll stay afloat until you really learn
Yeah.
the ins and outs of the
Oh, here's the
business,
thing.
and then you'll be able to
I'm not.
transition over into
Here's the
ownership
thing.
of it. Yeah.
It's not a lot of money I have to make to be profitable.
Right.
If I go for this route, because the rent at the place, and you understand, this is an almost 10,000 square feet location. Do you want to guess how much it is a month?
10,000.
Lower.
Lower? 7,000.
Lower.
Wow. 5,000?
Lower.
3,500.
Lower.
For a 10,000 foot place? Holy shit.
9,800 square feet.
2,500.
It's 2,450 a month.
Wow. That's nothing.
That's like what you would pay for like a 1-bedroom apartment in Miami.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a studio apartment in a major city on the coast.
Yeah, dude.
For a 10... Where's it located? Is it like near like a high school or something like that?
No, it's on the main road. Well, it's not the main road. It's on the road that like my house is on.
Is it
But it's in like a in like a strip mall, in like a strip center.
Oh, okay. Is it easy
Yeah.
to get to after a football game?
Probably. I mean, it's in town. There was another location that I saw that was 2,500. It was smaller, right? But it was like perfect. Like it was gorgeous. It was absolutely perfect for like a small arcade. But it was like 15 minutes out of the city, and I was like,
you want it to be in the city.
exactly. But it's in the city, and everything within the city is like at most like from one corner to the other, like 15 minutes apart, like 20 minutes apart.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, it's a very small city. And this is also a college town, so I mean, we're talking about a location that is no longer than 10 minutes from like the nearest college.
Okay. Well, cool. If and when you actually get this business off the ground, I will do my damnedest to be there for the opening ceremony.
Yippee!
Since it's only like an afternoon drive away from me, you know. So,
Yippee!
but okay.
They got parking. Cool. It's got a chance. Yeah. It's in the strips. It's like a strip center. So they have like a huge parking lot.
So so it's like in the mall park. So it's like one of those standalone buildings out in the parking lot of the mall of the greater mall that's in the middle, right?
Not exactly.
No?
Like when I say a strip mall, I mean like, okay, imagine like you're going to like a shopping center and there's just like one long building that's split into like a series of buildings, right?
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so it's in a shopping center.
It's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not a mall. It's like a shopping center. It's like a strip mall. Is what they call it apparently.
I gotcha. Okay. Well, cool. Well, I mean, I like it. I like the idea. I like the idea of, you not relying on streaming for money.
I'll still be streaming if that does take off, but obviously, like, I'll be streaming a little less. But at that point, I'll just be streaming mostly for fun. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's the goal. Like, you know me. I've been of this position since the very first conversation we ever had. Like, I've been like, don't rely on streaming for income.
And then I did it anyway.
And then you did it. I knew you would, but I was like, well, I guess they're that kind of person that has to learn. It's like the kid. If you have like, there's always that kid.
You learn the hard way.
There's always that kid that you can tell them, however many times you tell them, don't touch the hot stove because it's hot. Don't touch the hot stove. But after a while, you realize that the only way that this little twerp is going to learn the lesson is by touching the fucking hot stove and burning themselves.
I touched the hot stove and I made pancakes. I moved. I got married.
To be fair, I know that you've been struggling to hit weekly lately, but to be fair, you've also been having very weirdly sporadic streams. I mean, you schedule things, but you're thinking just like, I can't stream today because this bullshit happened. We're going to Miami for 2 days, so that's 2 days we're not gonna stream. It's like,
yeah. There's been lots of things that have happened over the last like couple of weeks that have like diminished my opportunities.
Yeah, and
that's all right,
I don't think
we've gotten pretty close to weekly every week, except for I think last week.
Yeah, last week was a crapshoot, I think. But I think that the other weeks, though, if you had streamed when you were supposed to stream, you probably would have gotten to it.
Yeah.
And not only that, but like Pei getting into this new position she's in will also really help with.
It helps cushion.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to be making some pretty decent coin actually, which will also de-stress, the need for, making that weekly. Every damn week, so that's the goal. Because that's the thing. Like, if you could decouple
becoming a groomer.
If the finances that you make from streaming are purely just for like bonus, like basically it's like a vacation fund. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If that's all it is, the moment you take away all the financial stress from streaming, it becomes so much more fun. You know what I mean? Like when you're completely free to just do whatever the hell you want, for with whatever, it's so liberating. So anyway, that's cool. That's very cool. Are you good? Is that it?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm done. Cool. I would have been done ages ago, but Panther came in to argue with me.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I don't really have like a hugely eventful week, to be honest. My only real thing is that I started looking into when it's called the JLPT, which is like the official it's administered by like the Japanese school system or whatever, like around the world. So they like have official test sites for the proficiency levels of Japanese, right? And
Okay.
so I am actually scheduled to go down to Miami in December to take my first JLPT for like the lowest level, essentially, to actually try to get an actual like level certified in the language. So like I'm like locked in. I'm not like locked in. I can't technically lock in until July, but like I'm like ready. I'm ready to. I'm all in to sign up for it and pay the money and go down to Miami and take the test. So that's the nearest place I can test is in Miami. And then I also, besides my normal streams, I found this little game. I guess I don't know how I stumbled upon it. Called The Precinct.
Okay.
And it's like a little, like I would call it, it's like a AA game. And it's like, you know that game Police Simulator? Where you go around in first person, just like being a traffic cop and citing people and basically being a policeman, I don't know if you're familiar with it at all. But it's like that, like mashed together with like GTA 3, like the old school top-down GTA games,
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's like. So you go around as this rookie detective, and you basically just like you do like you do either traffic patrols, or you do beat patrols, or you do like you can do helicopter patrols or stuff like that. And then there's also like you get APB calls, and you respond to calls, and you run over and you deal with the situation, and you have to like gauge like the threat level and how much they're resisting arrest and stuff like that. Like if you just walk up on a mugger in the middle of a mugging and they just immediately surrender and put their hands up and you shoot them, you get like severely penalized for it. Like you can't just shoot people who surrender. So you have to like, you can't just like go guns blazing in. You have to like actually follow like escalation procedures and stuff like that. And you have to like, once you like make an arrest, you have to like pick the correct charges and stuff like that. Search their IDs for priors and all that kind of stuff. So you have to like go through like the process, but it's not like super involved. Like you could do it all in like 30 seconds, per person.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like arcadey in that way. It doesn't like, and I just been having a lot of fun. Just like I will like literally like, oh yeah, like you can go after this crime boss, for this gang to because you gathered enough evidence against that particular crime boss or whatever. And I'm just like, no, I just want to do a patrol beat. So like I'm like putting off like the gang story just because it's fun, just like running around arresting people and shooting people and stuff. Like it's just, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I've been playing that. And then what else? Man, other than that, I haven't really done anything outside of that and what I'm streaming normally, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really have. And then work is back to normal, except yesterday. Yesterday there was this really annoying fire drill that happened. I say annoying because it wasn't like stressful on me, but I had to like sit on a call for like almost 2 hours waiting for the fire drill to resolve before I could get off the call, which was annoying because I was like, I'm supposed to be streaming right now, but I have to sit on this damn call waiting for this thing to resolve. But yeah, I was just sitting there chatting with coworkers for like an hour and a half, waiting for somebody to run the actual fire drill, which involved having to hand deliver a wet ink signature form to the client, like hand to hand transfer, which is like no one does this anymore. Like it's super rare for this to be any kind of a requirement anymore in a submittal. So I caught it like during the submission process. And so we had to get the guy who's like 15 minutes away from the client to like print out the form, sign it with pen to paper. That's a wet ink signature. And then get in his car and drive it down to the client and hand it to them, get a receipt that it was received, and then come back, get back on the call and say it's done. Like, I was like, God dang it. I got to sit here for this. I got to be 2 hours late to my stream for this. Gosh, sometimes, man. Fun times. Fun times with contract submittals. Anyway. Yeah. Other than that, my week has been rather uneventful. I didn't take a trip to Miami and legitimately start the ball rolling on getting a new business started or anything like that.
Yeah,
Anyway.
my week's been crazy. Man, I still feel bad for not streaming the days that I did, but also I feel like despite the big sadness, I did use that time somewhat wisely. At least.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that out of the way, you want to get into the news? Yeah. What we're gonna do?
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
I'll go first. I think I gave. Yeah. If you go up in the chat, like one chat, I made a list that we're basically just gonna alternate stories. Gonna go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
To look at the food.
Hold on, my wife wants to steal me for a moment to look at food.
Okay, I'll entertain chat.
Yeah, you can do that. Start pulling up the first store.
Typing says, yeah, it's the N5. Yeah, correct. It is JLPT N5. Why test? Well, it's just to honestly, I want to test as a personal confirmation of progress. I guess that's what it is. But yeah, it's typically used for employment. There are some jobs that in Japan for foreigners that, you know, if you're a line cook or something like that, you're not really talking to customers and stuff like that, and you can probably get away with low level proficiency in Japanese to get through your day to day. But there's other jobs where where the job is to talking to clients and stuff like that, salary man kind of stuff, and you have to have a higher proficiency. So a lot of jobs, in Japan have certain requirements for language proficiency, and that's what the JLPT is typically for. But I'm doing it specifically for just self-affirmation, really. Still using fax machines and keeping paper copies of stuff archived. Yeah, dude. Japan is strange because I was just there a month ago, right? It is like a strange juxtaposition of like super advanced technology and frankly ancient technology. Like there are a lot of parts of Japanese society that are literally stuck in the 80s. It's weird. Like one of the things, now, thank God I didn't have to deal with this when I was there because I was just a tourist, but like banking in Japan is a huge hassle because of how antiquated the technology is. Like if you want a bank statement, you can't just go online, log into your account, and download a PDF. No, you have to like physically go to the bank and fill out a request for statement form, and then they'll fucking snail mail it to you like 2 or 3 days later. Like it's literally like decades out of date. Like the banking system in Japan, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
That's wild.
Yeah, but there's other parts of Japan that are like super advanced. You know what I mean? Like their toilets or their train systems and stuff like that. Like it's such a strange juxtaposition of like really old, antiquated technology and like future technology. It's really strange. Let's see. That's when the crash happened. Yeah, when I think Japan, it's Tron, but I'm sure the reality is a bit different. Yeah, yeah, it's a little bit different. Like, here's the thing about and you notice this, like one of the most interesting things I did in Japan was I basically just walked with my mom for an hour, like through neighborhoods and back alleys from a grocery store back to the ship. And walking through neighborhoods was really interesting because it's like from afar, there's very quaint, pretty homes and condos and stuff like that. But when you get up close, a lot of them are like, ugh. Like, ain't no way.
Like Miami.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, there's like a lot of yeah. Like from afar, it's very glitzy and glamorous, but up close, a lot of it is run down and dilapidated. So,
oh my god, this looks so good. You need to look at the picture I sent you.
Oh, what'd you send me? Oh my god, what is that? That looks like cheese pizza, but it's just the cheese. That's what that looks like.
It's a layer of cheese on top of mashed potatoes and meat with veggies.
Oh my god, it's like a pot pie. It's like a cheese pot pie.
Basically.
Oh my god, dude, that is like that right there is the whenever like when you get cheese to look like that, you're in for a good time. Like guaranteed. You need to post that in the food porn channel or whatever because that looks so good.
It's hot.
Oh,
I just pulled it out of the oven.
Okay, so Typing knows what I'm talking about with the banking system there. It's like, again, I was a tourist, so thank God I didn't have to deal with the banking system. But holy crap, dude. Like, I learned about the banking system, and wow.
Oh, it's so hot. I just coated it into my mouth immediately, and I was like, oh no.
Oh god.
I'm okay though.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Ready.
Okay, you're ready. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna go back and forth today. So if you want, why don't you go ahead and look at that list that I sent you, just a few posts up in our combo, and that way you know like what the order of your stories to queue up, and I will go ahead and get the ball started. So we're gonna start off with so we all know, I think everybody in this audience knows about the absolutely ludicrous what's it called, it's like malicious communications. It's the UK law that basically is like thought policing. And it's like the Malicious Communications Act or something like that. And we've all known about this. I haven't really covered it because it happens. This shit happens all the time, you know. So it's not really news when it happens because it happens like literally daily in that country. But I wanted to cover the most recent egregious overstepping of the law in that country in this regard, because this one was particularly heinous. It was awful, and I wanted to cover it here. That is a retired police officer arrested over thought crime tweet. So a pensioner held after Palestinian march post on social media with, quote, Brexity books in his home scrutinized. Okay. So, a retired special constable was arrested and detained over a social media post warning about the threat of, quote, anti-Semitism in Britain, the Telegraph can reveal. So he actually made like a pro-Israel post. It was he was criticizing the pro-Palestinian protesters on Twitter, saying, you know, basically,
silly. You can't fucking protest the fucking Muslims
in the UK. Of course not.
Yeah.
So the guy's name is Julian Foltz.
Oh yeah.
From Gillingham in Kent, was handcuffed at his home by 6 officers from Kent Police. 6 officers. This dude is 71 years old, by the way. They sent 6 police officers to arrest a 71-year-old over a pro-Israel Twitter post. Like, good luck getting that amount of police to be concerned about your home if it gets burgled or something like that. Police body-worn camera footage captured officers scrutinizing a 71-year-old's collection of books by authors such as Douglas Murray, a Telegraph contributor, and issues of The Spectator, pointing to what they describe as, quote, very Brexity things. I've seen them.
What does Brexity mean?
You know what Do you not know what Brexit is, Patho?
Do you know what Brexit is?
No.
It's Britain's exit from the European Union. Britain is not part of the EU.
So, a quick summary of it. Back during Trump's first term, his candidacy, his campaign, over in the UK, there was a campaign for what's called Brexit, which is Britain exit. And the whole thing was basically Britain wanted to leave the European Union because they basically were surrendering too much of their sovereignty over to an unelected body of bureaucrats on the continent. And basically, it was like a very parallel reflection of the Trump campaign, because both Trump and Brexit were given 1,000,001 shot of succeeding, and they both won.
Boris? Was that good of Boris? Johnson?
This was not Boris. This was Nigel Farage. This was Nigel Farage of the UKIP, which was United Kingdom Independence Party. So this was a third party formed by Nigel Farage specifically with the intentions of getting Brexit done. And then it succeeded, and this is when Nigel Farage really kind of came into prominence in UK politics. There's actually a really good chance that because he's actually the leader of the Reform UK party right now, which just made just wiped the slate clean with both the Conservatives and Labour in recent local elections. There's actually a very, very good chance that, the next main federal level election in the UK, it's not federal. They don't call it federal election. I think it's 4 years away. It's a ways out.
Yeah, it's 29.
It's a ways out. But if things keep going the way they are, it's very, very, very likely that Nigel Farage will be the PM. But he rose to prominence as the leader of UKIP and leading the charge on the Brexit, on getting Brexit done. And so they won, and then it was a little bit after that. It was was it? Because the thing is, the Conservatives basically took power, essentially riding the Brexit bandwagon, but Conservatives are notorious traitors. So what was it? It was Theresa May basically failed miserably to get the actual Brexit platform through after winning the vote. So she resigned in disgrace, and that's when Boris Johnson came in, and then COVID COVID happened, and Boris Johnson was caught partying, while ordering lockdowns and also allowing probably the largest migrant wave in all of UK history, while supposedly being anti-immigrant Brexit. You know what I mean? And that forced him to resign in disgrace. And now the Conservatives are led by some Nigerian woman named Kemi Badenoch, and the party is a complete shit show full of traitors, and everybody hates them, as they should. And Keir Starmer is currently outflanking them from the right. He's gone hard right on immigration in just this last week. I saw that
out of nowhere.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
To be fair, it's not what he ran on originally.
No, dude. Keir Starmer completely 180'd on immigration, and the left hates him right now. They feel so betrayed by him right now. It's hilarious. But anyway, that's what Brexit is. That's what Brexit was. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so
I heard most of it.
Yeah, there were a lot of books and campaigns and stuff written about, being pro-Brexit and why Britain should leave. And Douglas Murray was a political commentator. He was a gay man, so he was kind of shielded from the identity politics that the left was engaging in back in 28, the late 2017 to 2020, roughly, a little bit after that,
Yeah.
because he could always fall back on the fact that he was gay. But he wrote several books that were about Brexit and being pro-Brexit and stuff like that. And that's the books that these cops are scrutinizing. Funny enough, I own all of the books that the cops are scrutinizing in this incident. Let's see. They were also shown raising concerns about a shopping list containing bleach, tinfoil, and gloves drawn up by Mr. Falk's wife, a hairdresser. Yeah, they were like, bleach, tinfoil, and gloves. What kind of bombs are you making? That's literally what they were thinking. I swear the average IQ of a police officer in Britain is like sub 90.
What the fuck?
Yeah, like literally like room temperature. Like cops in the UK do seem to actually be like legitimately retarded.
I have a hot take. Or not really a hot take, but I have a theory.
Hmm.
And the theory is that they're not actually retarded. That theory is that they're legitimately part of the problem. And that theory, I believe, has been proven several times when it's been discovered that cops have been in cahoots with, like, the migrant rape gangs.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
true. It's true.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that the cops are dumb. I think they're in on it.
But like
I'm
things
not
like
sure.
this, where they're like scrutinizing like bleach, tin foil, and gloves. Like I have those three things in my house. Most people do. I use tin foil and for cooking. I use gloves because I do yard work and all kinds of DIY stuff. And I have bleach because I want to get stains out of things. Like these are
Well,
these
by
are,
the way,
these are normal things for everybody to have.
Yeah.
bleach in context to hairdressing isn't even like
Not really, because bleach is awful for your hair.
clean bleach.
Yeah.
Yeah, bleach for hair is completely different.
It's different, yeah.
And bleach mixed with tinfoil and gloves would make me be like, oh, they're gonna do their hair.
Yeah,
You're a janitor.
but well, they thought it was a bomb maker. It's like, really?
God.
If I gave, so you're telling me that if I gave you tinfoil, gloves, and bleach, you'd be able to make a bomb? Like what? Are you retarded? Yes, turns out. But free speech is clearly under attack, said Mr. Fawkes. Nobody is really safe. The public needs to see what's happening and be shocked. His case is the latest in a string of heavy-handed police responses to lawful expression. Last year, The Telegraph revealed that its columnist Alison Pearson was questioned at home by two officers over an ex-post following pro-Palestinian protests. Mr. Fawkes' house was searched, with officers seizing his electronic devices and removing them to a waiting police van. Officers also rifled through his most personal belongings. 15 years ago, his daughter Francesca was killed by a drunk driver in a hit-and-run while on holiday in Ibiza. On the footage, one officer could be heard saying, "Aw, that's sad," as she examined newspaper clippings Mr. Fawkes had kept about the police investigation and the funeral. After his home was searched, the retired special constable was locked in a police cell for 8 hours and interrogated on suspicion of malicious communications. Fearing that further escalation could impact his ability to visit his surviving daughter, who lives in Australia, he accepted a caution despite having committed no offense. The incident took place in November of 2023. This week, Kent police admitted that the caution was a mistake and deleted it from Mr. Fawkes' record. In March, officers from Hertfordshire Constabulary arrested, detained the parents of a 9-year-old girl after they had complained about her school in a WhatsApp group before concluding that no further action was required. Yeah, see, this is like a common theme for, like, they arrest people and then they let them go because there's not an actual crime, which is insane because how do you not know that there's nothing to arrest them over before you arrest them? Because all the evidence is there. Like, you have all the evidence before you make the arrest. So how do you not conclude that there's nothing to arrest them over till after you arrest them? Like, it's like the default is just to arrest them, and then figuring out if there's any wrongdoing. I don't know. It just seems like like, why would they make the visit? Like, all of the evidence is the post. You know what I mean? So it's just like, well, we read the post and we decided to arrest you, and then we read the post again and decided that there was no action that could be done, so we're letting you go. It's like, what? What?
They're just wasting time rather than,
It's crazy.
solving an actual crime.
I actually think that the only reason they actually let some of the people go is because it goes viral on social media, and they look like Gestapo psychopaths.
Oh yeah, I think a lot of people don't end up actually getting let go. I think there's a lot of people that are in prison probably. That shouldn't be in prison.
Yeah, that you don't hear about, but that's because it didn't make it to social media, so they were able to get away with it. Let's say Ian Austin, a former Labor MP. Yeah. Ian Austin, a former Labor MP, has also been investigated for calling Hamas Islamist. It's like,
But they are though.
It's like what? Yeah.
What the fuck do you mean? That's like me saying like, oh, dude, how dare you call the Pope Christian? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what? That's amazing.
You fucking idiot.
Calling Hamas Islamist. It's like, yeah, of course.
That's a fact.
Well, you know what that almost says? It's almost like they're admitting that Islamist is a bad thing. Like, how dare you call Hamas this bad thing?
No, it's not even that. It's that they're the fact that they're not being called Muslim, they're being called Islamist specifically. I think they associate it with terrorist.
Oh yeah. Okay, I can see that.
That's my guess. And so they're just like, you can't say that, and they didn't stop for a second to think about the fact that Islamist is a very normal thing.
Yeah, it's like, have you been to the Middle East? Like,
yeah, like we
where
don't
Hamas
call it
is.
Muslim terrorism. We don't call it Muslim terrorism. We call it Islamist terrorism, or Islamic terrorism is what we call it.
Yeah,
right?
it's like.
I think it's that. I think they're literally just like seeing Islamists be like, just jumping the gun, having a retard fit, and being like, no, not them. They're good.
God, well,
How
Julie. Now this was another one that I actually did track a little bit. I didn't report on it, but I did track it. Julie Bindel, the feminist writer, was visited by police after a transgender man reported her gender-critical tweets as an alleged hate crime. So Julie Bindel is one of those like old school third wave feminists. That's like in the same vein as like J.K. Rowling. So like she's very much like in the J.K. Rowling TERF camp. You know what TERFs are? Yeah, so that's where Julie Bindel is. So she's like a third wave feminist, but she's like an old school third wave feminist. And so she like takes J.K. Rowling's side, but because of that, she's an evil TERF that has to be watched for hate crimes by the police. On Saturday, a Kent police spokesperson told the Telegraph that the force had concluded that the caution against Mr. Fox was not appropriate in the circumstances and should not have been issued. The spokesman said Kent police expunged the caution from the man's record and was pleased to facilitate this correction, adding that a further review of the matter would now be carried out to identify any learning opportunities. Yeah, no one's learning anything. There are no lessons here to be learned. Are you kidding me? Chris Philp, the Shadow Home Secretary, said the arrest of Mr. Fawkes was completely unacceptable. Arresting a 71-year-old man and holding him for hours in a police cell over a tweet that was obviously not criminal is completely unacceptable. The police should spend their time catching actual criminals, not policing offense on Twitter. But the thing is, though, is that the Malicious Communications Act literally requires them to police offense on Twitter, because that's what the act is. The act isn't criminalizing harassment or death threats or stalking or things like this. It's literally criminalizing offending people, making people uncomfortable on the internet, which is insane.
Yeah, which is insane because you have no control over that.
Yeah, because literally anybody can just claim that anything is offensive to them, and then bam, whoever posted that thing is under scrutiny. Like, what an insane law to pass.
Yeah.
Mr. Fox warned what he sees as an escalating attack on freedom of expression, saying, "I saw Starmer in the White House telling Trump we've had it in the UK for a very long time, and I thought, yeah, right, we can see what's really going on. I never saw anything like this when I was in the force, but this woke mind virus, man, seeing people like use these internet lingo terms like this is kind of wild to me. Like, when you see normies using terms like woke mind virus, it's like, man, that's a term that really stuck."
Yeah.
Infecting everything has definitely infected the police. His ordeal began in October 2023, the month in which Hamas terrorists carried out the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. In London, pro-Palestinian marches swept the capital with cases of anti-Semitic chants and placards. They were described as hate marches by Swella Braverman, then the Home Secretary, and Mr. Folks was told by Jewish friends that they no longer felt safe traveling into London. On
In
October
order to think, you have to risk being offensive. Jordan Peterson. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, exactly. Like, on October 30th, he was concerned to see reports of an anti-Semitic mob storming an airport in Dagestan, Russia, hunting for Jewish arrivals. The next morning, he logged onto X and saw a post from... Who the hell logs off of X? Like, you just open the app. You stay logged in.
Well, I think it means he logged onto X and he got on his phone.
He just opened the app, yeah.
Yeah, he opened the app.
It saw a post from the account called Mr. Ethical, which featured a Palestinian flag. It read, "Dear Swella Braverman, as someone who was on one of the, quote, hate marches, if you call me an anti-Semite, I will sue you." He said he had never interacted with the account before, but replied to warn that pro-Palestinian protests could escalate and to support Mr. Braverman's stance. At 8:44 a.m., he responded, "One step away from storming Heathrow looking for Jewish arrivals." So he's actually like pro-Israel in this one. He was pro the establishment narrative. But I think in the UK, the establishment narrative actually is pro-Palestine and not pro-Israel. It's like one of the few Western countries where there's been so much Muslim like invasion that is now like the de facto establishment position.
Yeah.
I always said like the first Muslim country to become nuclear armed.
You need to remember that the UK, a non-insignificant part of their like, how do I put this? The same way that like a large part of our government has dual citizenship with Israel.
Mm-hmm.
A significant part of the UK's government are Muslim.
Oh yeah, they're like literally like Muslim expats. They're literally Muslim expats. Like there are entire townships and stuff like that that are completely run by. They're very much like that. Like one Muslim gets into power, and then the only other people that they hire and stuff like that are other Muslims. Kind of like the way that Indians do here in America. It's the same kind of thing. They're super nepotistic. Mormons do the same thing. So let's see. In hindsight, he said the tweet would have been clearer had it begun with the words, "What next? You are." But he said that even without the extra wording, it should have been clear to anyone reading it in context that his post was a warning about where anti-Semitic hate could lead. You're dealing with fucking UK police, though. And UK police are retards. Can't expect UK police to figure out what context. That's a gamble that you're always going to lose. Here, I gotta plug in my headphones because it just beeped at me, which means that headphones are dying. 1 second. The heck? There it is. Ah. I swear it's fucking impossible to plug this thing in with the headphones on. I hate it. Anyway, let's see. Where the heck was I? Let's see. In hindsight, he said the tweet would have been clearer had it begun with the words, "Yeah, I just read that." But he said that even without the extra wording, I read that. Oh, here we go. However, on November 1st, without Mr. Falk's knowledge, the Metropolitan Police Intelligence Command referred his post to Kent Police, citing concerns around online content. On Sunday night, Ms. Braverman said, "We live in dangerous times when the police investigate speaking the truth." The thing is, like, it doesn't... It's not about whether or not it's true. It's whether or not you have the right to say something. Like, you have the... I mean, yeah, you don't have the right to just purposefully lie and deceive. That gets into defamation and libel kind of territory and that kind of stuff. But you have the right to be wrong about things. So, you know, a lot of this is like assuming intent and stuff like that. It's not really about speaking truth. It's just, you know, speaking what you believe to be true.
Yeah.
This outrageous and sorry episode shows not only that freedom of speech is under attack in the UK, you don't have freedom of the speech in the UK. You don't have a fucking First Amendment. But that it's in crisis. Law-abiding people should not be investigated for non-existent thought crimes. The Met and Kent police must investigate how this took place and formally apologize to Mr. Fawkes. Both forces must be held accountable for their actions, which were a shameful waste of time, money, resources. The ex-post has not been reported by the public, and why a specialist Met unit usually focus on terrorism and extremism flagged such an innocuous tweet remains unclear. At the time, it had been viewed just 26 times. Talk about Streisand
That's crazy,
affecting.
dude. That's crazy. Jeff said 100 Americans versus 100 Brits. I made a post about this recently where we were talking about during the Big Monkey conversation. 300 years ago, an American was worth 4 to 5 Brits in warfare. Today, it's probably double that. Easy win for the Americans.
Yeah.
Look how fucking cocked this nation is.
Oh yeah, dude. Like, now, yeah. If you it depends on where you pluck the people from in America, though. I think it's similar to the UK, though. Like,
It's true.
if you pluck 100 bugmen out of like fucking, I don't know, St. Louis or something like that, you know, they're probably not going to put up much of a fight. I mean, hell,
Californians against 100 British farmers.
we'll take like 100 inner city gangbangers. You know what I mean? They're easily worth like 888 or so Brits. like grab like 100 inner city youths and stick them up against like 100 soccer hooligans, you know, in the UK, you know, like soccer lads or whatever you want to call them. Like, that'd be an interesting fight. Let's see. They say please surprise. Okay. He said, one at the front said, are you Julian Fawkes? I said, yes, and she replied. Of course, I swear to God, they send lady cops out specifically to, like, disarm people because guys just instinctively don't want to, like, fight women, you know? So I swear they use lady cops as fucking meat shields. I swear. I'm arresting you on suspicion of an offense under the Malicious Communications Act. I was totally shocked, flabbergasted. 10 years I gave them. Every year we were drilled on officer safety, told any use of force had to be justified, and they put me in cuffs on my own doorstep. Ugh. That's a rough time. One officer recognized Mr. Fawkes from his time at Medway Police Station and told colleagues the handcuffs were not necessary. They were removed, but his ordeal had just begun. For over an hour, he watched his former colleagues carried out a Section 32 search of his home, combing through the loft, the garage, and even his wife's underwear drawer. Officers showed particular interest in his bookshelves. One called for backup to help her inspect several titles. Very Brexity things, she can be heard saying on the body-worn camera footage. Picking up a Eurosceptic book on Britain's entry to the common market in the 1970s, she asked, "What the hell is this?" and passed it over to another officer, adding, "Very odd."
It's odd to have books.
Yeah, it's
odd to be informed on anything other than your fucking retarded fucking, like... Dude, that's such a... Like, you're Nazis. You're straight up Nazis. Like, you're literally actually the Nazis. You are the bad guys. You're the guys that are like... propaganda against our, you know, extremely authoritative worldview.
It's literally, this is
done it by UK.
This is like
you are the Nazis.
It's Stasi behavior. This is exact Stasi behavior. Just door to door, you know, affirm your allegiance to the Fuhrer. You know that it's like, what, you have books against Fuhrer? 999. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't even know what these books are, but they are not for the Fuhrer. 999. You know, like, that's literally what this is.
Look, a book, how odd. There is no screen to scroll. I
have that book in the photo, by the way. One leafed through an edition of War on the West by Murray, while another looked through The Demise of the Free State by David Green, another Telegraph contributor. I don't have that one. That's about the level of extremist I am. A few Douglas Murray books and some on Brexit, said Mr. Fox. In the kitchen, officers pored over cookbooks and scrutinized his wife's shopping list. One remarks on the footage, bleach foil gloves. Bit of an odd list, isn't it? It takes several minutes before they realize that she is a hairdresser and not stockpiling bomb-making materials.
Bro.
See what I mean? How retarded these people are?
Like, what?
But I think you're right, though. I think they purposefully hire low IQ people because low IQ people they just follow orders. You know? They're just knuckle draggers that just follow orders.
Well, they hired women. I mean, what would you expect? And these are women that don't want to, work in the kitchen. This bitch never fucking seen gloves before. This bitch never seen bleach. She's never had to fucking clean anything. She tells her mommy doing everything for her.
You know what? I always wonder, if lady cops who are in these scenarios, they end up they go into arrest some fucking Somali immigrant, and that the Somali immigrant just puts her on her ass.
There are many videos of this exact thing happening.
I know, that's what I'm referring to. But yeah, I guess I have to wonder if in that moment the lady cop is thinking man, maybe I should have just married a guy and stayed at home and cooked for him. You know what I mean?
No. Women aren't that thoughtful. Women are fucking retarded. She's like, how dare he? Doesn't he know that I'm supposed to be equal strength? Yeah.
Just completely incapable. Just absolutely incapable of any kind of introspection whatsoever.
No.
Mr. Fox was then
Even
driven...
the best of women struggle with introspection. These dumb cunts? No way.
No way. No way. Mr.
These
Fox...
bitches are about as likely to introspect as black men is to understand per capita.
Well, you ever notice that,
so.
I mean, it's not this way in America. In America, a lot of, lady cops in America are, built. You know what I mean? A lot of them aren't, but a lot of them aren't, but a lot of them are as well. But when you go to, UK, every time I see body cam footage of, lady cops in the UK, they're all these tiny, frumpy, middle-aged girls that, that look like they can blow, there's no authority. Too. It's impossible for them to admit and to exert any kind of actual authority.
Too. We just live in America, so they're whiter.
Yeah,
they have more mass in America.
It's true.
But we still have those. We still have the small petite women officers who will be like, oh my god, the guy got violent. Let me pull out my taser and then we'll shoot the guy. And be like, oh my god, I shot him.
Because they pulled out the taser. Yeah, they were.
Video that happened literally recently.
They pulled out their gun instead of the taser and actually shot him.
And to be fair, sometimes it's yeah, you should pull out your gun, but it's the fact that they pulled out their gun intending not to pull it out. The fact that even when they do the right thing, it's an accident. That just blows my mind.
It's very much that scene from Robin Hood Men in Tights when Achu shoots the rope that Robin is about to hang from, and then when they get together again, he's like, that was an amazing shot, Achu, well done. And then he goes, to be honest, I was aiming for the hangman. He did a good thing completely on accident, Let's see. So Mr. Fox was then driven to Medway police station, booked in, fingerprinted, photographed, and had his DNA taken. I asked what I'd done. The officer said it was for a post of an extremism nature. That's all I was told. He was held in a cell.
Extremism nature.
I know. What a ridiculous. God.
What's the thing? Speak English anymore.
But the thing is, it's like
an extremist nature. You meant extremism nature.
It really does. It really does exude the stereotype of the UK is run by just pussies.
Was the fucking cop Muslim?
God.
Well, remember the extremism nature.
Remember there was that it was a kid or something like that. He was threatened with arrest because he asked if the lady cop was a lesbian or something like that. Do you remember that? I don't know. Maybe check.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that happened. I think it was a kid. It was they were in a house like this, and the kid asked if the female cop was a lesbian, and she got like, I'm gonna arrest everybody, you know, like it's like,
Oh,
it's like, why are you acting? I thought you were like good progressive police force. I
I
thought
can tell you why.
being a lesbian was a good thing.
Because good progressive women still have periods.
Let's see. The alleged offense exposed from October 31st, and he grasped how surreal the situation had become. Kent police decided to interpret my post as anti-Jewish. Again, it was literally pro-Israel. It's literally like he was making like a joking. He was trying to be witty about a slippery slope argument into like extreme anti-Semitism, and that's bad. And they interpreted it as anti-Jewish. Like, that's how dumb these fucking people are. It was the exact opposite, though. If they looked at the full thread, they'd have understood it would have taken 2 minutes. I told them there was more to it, but they didn't pause the interview to check. He denied 5 times that he intended to cause distress or alarm, but that was just ignored. Again, who gives a shit if you distress or alarms? God, dude. It's a country of pussies. He had feared neighbors would see officers seizing his computers, iPads, and phones and assumed the worst, saying, I was terrified to think I was a PDF file. Above all,
Oh, dude, if you were a pedophile, they wouldn't have arrested you.
That's true. They'd have been like, "You're all good to go, sir. Keep doing what you're doing. Here's my number." God. Above all, he feared anything that might stop him from visiting his daughter in Australia. My life wouldn't be worth living if I couldn't see her. Yeah, because that's like the one he lost his other daughter in the DUI accident years before. So he's only got one daughter left. At the time, I believed a caution wouldn't affect travel, but a conviction definitely would. At his lowest point on November 7th, just days after being bailed, Mr. Fox was told to return to Medway Police Station on November 10th so a caution could be issued. What the fuck is a caution? What does that even mean?
I think it's like a warning.
It's like oh, God. I didn't agree, but I felt I had no choice. In hindsight, it would never have gone to court. The CPS wouldn't touch it with no evidence, but I wasn't thinking logically at the time. By early last year, the injustice was weighing heavily. It was always on my mind. I knew it was wrong on every level, he said. I knew if I didn't act, I'd forever wonder, what if you challenged this? By last summer, he had found a new solicitor, Matthew Elkins of Legacia Legal Services, and began to challenge the caution with news of its deletion confirmed on Tuesday last week. While this was a relief, he said that the fallout has been devastating. It's cost me money I can't afford. I'm a pensioner, not one of these millionaire retirees you read about, he said. This was a disaster. The emotional damage, however, weighs the heaviest. It's like PTSD, he said. You push it to the back of your mind, but it comes back and you relive it. It was just so wrong, and especially painful, because I spent 10 years working with these people for no remuneration. That's a weird word. I did it because I believed in it and enjoyed it. I left with a certificate from the chief constable thanking me for my service. Now all those memories feel trashed. Mr. Elkins said Julian's case highlights a need for the police to take stock and to make freedom of expression their starting point. Our freedoms won't be taken from us suddenly, but by the quiet and gradual criminalization of our conscience. The police face an almost impossible task monitoring social media. It should be a non-task, or a very minimal task. And they won't enjoy being labeled the thought police, but when someone like Julian is dragged from his home, the cap appears to fit. So, yeah, this one was just, it was like next level retardation from the cops. Like I expect them to behave like Stasi, because that's what they are in the UK. They're fucking Stasi. But like just the level of retardation, like displayed by like not knowing like what books are, and not understanding that the like literally interpreting the post the exact opposite of what it was. Just like it's just like next level stupidity. That it's just like these are the people who have what is supposed to be a monopoly over violence in that country. It's like, geez, dude. Like, you have given monopoly of violence to a bunch of retarded thought policing apes. You know what I mean? It's like that. It's just, this is a bad scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in the meantime, the police did apologize. Yeah. So, but it's like, the damage has been done. You know what I mean? Like, saying I'm sorry isn't going to fix this. So that's why this is just the latest of what's going on over in the UK. What a shithole. That's all I got to say. UK it is the UK. It's got a beautiful countryside. Don't get me wrong. The UK is a beautiful countryside, but so does Afghanistan. Like. Anyway, you sent me the link.
My first story.
Okay, so this is Mike Lee, who has a phenomenal Twitter profile.
He does.
Mike
Lee is in fact this.
Yeah, Mike Lee's great.
So, do you want to read this one?
It's your story.
Nah, I think you should read it.
I should read it? Okay, I'll read it.
Yeah,
Lee bill establishes obscenity definition across states. So from Washington, U.S. Senator Mike Lee from Utah introduced the Interstate Obscenity Definition Act today to clarify the legal definition of obscenity for all states, making the transmission of obscene content across state lines more easily prosecuted. U.S. Representative...
So, real quickly. So, this is what's actually happening. What the left is saying is happening is that he is making the obscenity law that already exists. And then basically being like, they're quoting the obscenity law, the one that already exists, and being like, yeah, they want to police all these vague things.
Wait. So...
we already have laws around obscenity. They exist.
Yeah, the word obscenity is used in several laws.
Yeah. So the problem is that obscenity is ill-defined in our law. It's very subjective, and it's very like, well, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, there has to be a sort of intent, right?
You can interpret it to whatever you need it to be to get a conviction.
Exactly. So that's kind of the issue right now with obscenity, is the fact that it's very much reliant on what the purpose of the material is.
And the intent behind it. Right.
Exactly, the intent behind it. So that leaves it really just in the air about what is considered to be obscene. Right? And so what Mike Lee is proposing is to basically strictly define what we consider to be obscenity so that it's not up to debate. So we have essentially a strict list of things that are not okay, that we consider to be not okay.
And it's on a federal level, so this would apply to any state laws that use the word.
Yeah. Exactly. So what the left thinks is happening is that Mike Lee wants to introduce obscenity laws. And they've been posting the existing obscenity law with all of its, ill-described examples.
Right.
Right? All of its, hard to police examples, and being like, he wants to do this. That's crazy. That's so, vague. How are you going to police that? Completely missing the point of what is actually happening.
God, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like the Don't Say Gay bill in Florida all over again.
Yeah. That's pretty accurate. But yeah, it reminded me of recently when the whole thing happened with Real ID being required to fly. And then everyone's like, oh my god, they're gonna make it so that married women can't blah blah blah.
Oh yeah.
and U.S. senators and congressmen, right, Democrats of course, were posting about this without posting what the actual order said.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike Lee actually quote tweeted one of them, saying this is just a straight up lie. Here's the truth. Read it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And he posted it.
Right? Yeah, it's kind
of... I don't know why. I don't know how people continue to support, the side that's clearly at this point doesn't even have any actual policies of their own. They're just the anti-Republican party. And
Yeah, since whatever the
they're-
Republicans do,
and-
we do the opposite, which is why they find themselves
Yeah.
always defending criminals and illegal aliens and all
Yeah,
of this stuff.
exactly. And they've committed themselves to lying repeatedly and being caught, like, because of really obvious, easily, like,
Which is
you
such a
know?
foolish thing to do, because it's like,
it's really weird.
like, you can find criticisms. It's not difficult to find criticisms. You know what I mean? And it's like, if you argued in good faith and had like legitimate criticisms, you would gain people to your side, or at least have people not pointing and laughing at you, as your poll numbers sink endlessly lower.
Yeah.
But it's like they can't help themselves, but like take everything too
still-
far.
It still boggles my mind that people are dumb enough to, like, be lied to repeatedly, get caught lying, and still be like, yeah, but I still support that side.
You know what, that literally just happened to a spectacular degree with the Adam Conover debate with Tim Pool. Have you seen like the viral clip of that?
No.
Where like Adam Conover, he repeated the very fine people hoax that from Trump's and the whole like the rally. Oh, I can't remember where it was. Not January 6th. It was before that. It was during the 2016 campaign. Can't remember where it was, but there was like this rally of so-called white supremacists in it. Kind of not really. And that's when Trump made that, like, there are verifying people on both sides, not the white supremacists. I condemn them completely. That's like the full quote. But like the left for like years and years and years, literally for a decade now, have been pushing the lie that he called white supremacists very fine people. And Adam Conover literally did it last night on Tim Pool's show, and Tim Pool was livid. He went off. He was like swearing at him and everything. He was like, you fucking liar, you retard. Like, so he was just like, he had enough, dude. He just snapped at him.
It's like,
well, it's like,
I really don't understand how they're just like if we repeat the lie again, people will believe it. And what's the sad part is that it's fucking true, because people are fucking retarded.
Yeah.
People are fucking retarded. And this is exactly why I'm against why I'm against any form of democracy. Is because people are fucking retarded and people are bought by lies. You don't have to be the good guy. You don't have to be, the most, logical. You don't have to be the smart guy that has all the answers. You don't have to be a good politician. You don't even have to be a politician. You just have to repeat a lie over and over again, and people will go, he said it enough times, so I believe him. And people will fucking vote for you. And it's not a small amount of people. It's like half of all of the people are fucking that retarded.
Or like 35%. Like, yeah.
It's significant. It's more than 35%.
So, yeah, it's not quite half, but I get what you're saying. It's like it's an alarmingly large percentage of people. A lot of it comes from like remember back, I think it was back during Trump's first. It was during the term, I think. I don't think it happened during the campaign. I think it was during the term, though, when the whole NPC meme became a thing.
I would go as far as saying as the majority of people are like this.
Probably. I mean, they always say, like, the famous quote is, like, the greatest case against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter.
Yeah.
Like
that's the grand majority of people are like this. Now, if they just happen to believe what they're told on that happens to be correct, great, that'll happen, right? They'll believe someone who told them the right thing, right? But it's not because they know it's the right thing; it's because they just blindly believe that person. It's not an informed decision; it just happens to be the correct one.
The majority of people are idiot savants. That's what the majority of people are. Where they're good, they're good at one thing, and they are absolute retards on literally everything else. That's most people. Most people are like that. So that one thing is very, very, very rarely politics. That's why politics is so tribal, because they just follow their tribe,
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole Adam Conover thing was like a spectacular like example in like literally like in 1 minute of like the the liberal lying to your face, and getting proven wrong, and basically displaying like smug ignorance, like they're like arrogant towards you, while also being ignorant, and it's infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating how people can so brazenly like gaslight you to your face and lie to you in your face, and it's like, I know you're lying. You know that I know that you're lying, and you're lying to me anyway. And you're doing it with a smug grin on your face. You know what I mean? It's like, there are a few things more infuriating. You know? And they do it on purpose. It's like tactical retardation. You know? So yeah, it's infuriating. But anyway, I'm gonna keep reading here. Obscenity isn't protected by the First Amendment, but hazy and yeah, it is. Well, I guess it depends. But hazy and unenforceable legal definitions have allowed extreme pornography to saturate American society and reach countless children, said Senator Mike Lee. Oh, so this is in like...
No. Yeah, he's not talking about, like... No, obscenity is literally not protected by the First Amendment. So, the concept of obscenity is when you, like, okay, First Amendment is freedom of expression, right? And freedom of speech, right? So, an example of obscenity is you can't fucking yell bomb on a plane.
Well, I was thinking I was thinking more like the Folsom Street Parade in San Francisco kind of things, or they're like, that's what I'm thinking when I think obscenity.
That's more obscene with like the traditional definition of obscene, not necessarily the legal definition of obscene.
Mm-hmm.
But what he's talking about is things like that, where like there's things that you're not allowed to do. There's forms of there's certain things, right, that are not protected by free speech, for logical reasons, right?
Funny enough, I think Tim
Pool is... You can't go on the
is...
street and yell, I love child porn, right? You're gonna get investigated for child porn. You're not allowed to just say that.
I can't remember the exact argument, but I know that Tim Pool has also like displayed how you actually are legally allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater. But I get what you're saying.
Well, technically, sure, but
yeah,
it's not without consequence.
Right.
Right. And it shouldn't be, to be fair.
Right. I mean, if anything, I think it consider like disturbing the peace. You know, like I think that easily falls under that category. But anyway, that's not the point. The Interstate Obscenity Definition Act.
Obscenity is that, but for visual stuff, basically.
Mm-hmm. Equips law enforcement with the tools they need to target and remove obscene material from the internet, which is alarmingly destructive, far outside the balance of protected free speech under the Constitution. It sounds like he's talking about like CP or sexual abuse and that kind of stuff. That's what it sounds like he's talking about. I'm proud to lead this effort in the House with Senator Lee to safeguard American families and ensure this dangerous material is kept out of our homes and off our screens. Could you get the the queer theory books out of the libraries too, please, while you're at it? The Interstate Obscenity Definition Act clarifies the definition of obscenity across all states and provides updated descriptions suited to modern content. The new definition removes dependence on ever-changing and elusive public opinion, replacing ambiguity with practical standards to make obscenity identifiable. This change will prevent... okay, I see what you're saying now, how, like, he's not adding obscenity laws. He's basically... He's more narrowly defining them, actually.
Yeah.
He's actually freeing some things from the capture of current obscenity laws, technically.
Yeah.
This change will prevent obscene material such as pornography from evading prosecution by relying on the legal confusion of differing standards between states. Under IOTA, law enforcement will be empowered to identify and prevent obscenity from being transmitted across state lines. Obscenity is already unprotected speech under the First Amendment, but its current definition makes it difficult to assess and prosecute. The current legal definition of obscenity was taken from the Supreme Court case argued in 1973. Its standards are subjective and vague, making it difficult to apply with certainty to any given material. Using a pre-internet standard for modern times presents serious challenges, particularly when states use differing definitions for obscenity and allows criminals to evade prosecution. The Act defines obscenity within the Communications Act of 1934 as content that, taken as a whole, appeals to the prurient interest in nudity, sex, or excretion this is scatological acts. Depicts, describes, or represents actual or simulated sexual acts with the objective intent to arouse, relate, or gratifies the sexual desires of a person. That's all porn. What? And taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Taken as a whole appeals. That's like all pornography. Strengthens the existing general prohibition on obscenity in the Communications Act by removing the intent requirement that only prohibits the transmission of obscenity for the purposes of abusing, threatening, or harassing a person. Okay. Interesting. I'm sorry, but like, am I reading this wrong? This sounds like all pornography. Describes or represents actual or simulated sexual acts with the objective to intent arouse, stimulate, or gratify the sexual desires of a person. That's literally all pornography.
Yeah.
So
it is obscene.
So easy try. Okay.
So basically, the purpose of this is that if, you know, if there's a situation where, say, pornography is somehow put in a position where it's allowed for children to see it, right? If pornography is not properly gate-capped, right? It can actually be classified as obscenity for the sake of prosecuting the people that didn't do their due diligence, basically.
Okay, so there's some states right now that actually require age verification from all porn sites online. That if this gets passed, that's going to happen. That's going to go nationwide.
Probably,
basically. Things like that. Okay, interesting. Well, I do think it's good to more clearly define things. Like the more clearly defined, the better. Like the less ambiguity, the better.
Yeah.
Like the less that's left up for interpretation, the better.
Yeah, because this is there, right? So previously the intent requirement was only that it only prohibited the transmission of obscenity for the purpose of abusing, threatening, or harassing a person.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, porn is fine as long as it's not revenge porn, for example.
Strengthens the existing general prohibition on obscenity in the communication by removing the intent requirement that only prohibits the transmission of obscenity for threatening or harassing a person. So it's removing this caveat.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically just okay. This is very much a Protect the Kids Act.
Yeah.
That's what this is. It's a protect, think of the children act. Which I mean, we do have Republican majorities in both houses, and I'm sure that Trump would sign it because Trump is a fucking boomer. He's basically a Clinton era Democrat boomer, so yeah, he would absolutely sign this.
Yeah.
So okay. Interesting. We'll see where we'll see where it lands. Anything else on this one?
No, that's it.
Okay. Cool. I do like Mike Lee, by the way. Mike Lee's fucking great. He's all over Twitter just posting base take after base take. Great. I don't think it's hip though. I think he's just got an awesome, probably like someone your age just on his Twitter account just kicking ass.
I don't know, man. I think it's him.
You think it's him? It could be. How old is he? He doesn't look that old. He looks like he's in his
He's not that old.
He looks like he's probably in his mid 40s. So yeah, he could.
Senator Mike Lee. He's 53.
Okay, 53. Okay.
He was born in 71, same year as my mother. He's a few months younger than my mother.
Okay. Well, we'll see where it lands. I could definitely get on board with defining things more clearly. So,
yeah.
And the thing is about like the whole age verification thing. Like, I don't have an issue with that, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, children shouldn't be looking at pornography. Simple as. Like,
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
this isn't a
There's a lot of people that are very much like oh, just don't let children on the internet. It's like, yeah, but how do you do that, you fucking idiot? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean,
children ruin everything. It's like no, it's not children ruining everything.
That's something that only parents can facilitate.
Incapable. Yes, I'm saying it's not just children, ruining everything. It's you being incapable of, being like, hey, children have the freedom to use the internet as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
And wanting to fucking be your yourself in public, like, piss off.
Well, I know that there have been like proposals to like not allow kids on any kind of social media platform until they turn like at least 16.
Yeah, but how do you police that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing. Its enforceability is an issue.
Exactly.
So it's very much like a lot of these things. Like, yeah, like you have like this urge to legislate it, but in the end, the only way it can actually be done is basically parents have to step up. And they have. There are like collectives of parents that organize out there, and like they're like parts of groups that like don't allow their kids, on social media, and they like monitor what they're up to and stuff like that. Which is a good way.
But that also comes with other problems.
Yeah,
right?
that's a good way to turn your kid against you, for one.
That, right, for one, yeah. Two, it's a great way to make it so your kid isn't like socialized well with other kids.
Yep. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So again, you really can't, like, you really just can't enforce that. You can't just force kids to, like, The only way you can do it is by just making sure this material is, not accessible to children. Children are not going to have an ID that says that they're blah 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 age.
Right.
They can try to make a fake one, sure, but that only works when you're, when
trying
you're
to get into a bar.
Yeah, like when that only works in person. Doesn't work online. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So like this is, and again, like you have to show your ID to go drink. You have to show your ID to get into like a sex lounge, right? To get into like a sex shop, to whatever, right? To get into a nightclub, all these things, right? I get that people like they love their anonymity online and whatnot, right? I get that, but sorry. Your anonymity does not take priority over children. Just don't watch porn then, forehead. Go find a wife. Off the internet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like I get why people are upset about this, but also like those people don't have children.
At least most of them don't. Okay. You want to talk about Johnny Somali?
Sure.
Okay, so we have an update. He has had his day in court, and he is facing a lot more than people originally thought. Originally, they thought like 10 years. No, Johnny Somali is facing up to 31 years in prison after being charged with yet another sex crime. And the main driver of this 31 years is anti-deepfake laws, of all things. So Johnny Somali has been charged with yet another sex crime in South Korea and is looking at a maximum sentence of 31 years behind bars in the country. Johnny Somali in 2024, real name Ramzi Khalid Ismail, traveled in South Korea and continued where he left off in Japan and Israel by causing chaos in numerous broadcasts. Okay. I gotta give Rosa a second. It's 36 years? Oh gosh, I can't keep up. This was released on the 8th. Yeah, it's just like okay, it is like a week old. Is it really 35? It's really 36 years? Gonna be farming cabbage to the fields with you, black man. Hang on. Let me see if I can find an updated article real quick. see here. Here's a Dexerto article. Let me see here. Here we go. There we go. There's an updated article for you. There, we're up to date now, chat. The Korean Disneyland press charges. Oh, God. Yeah, man. I mean, that's the question: is do we think he's going to get the full 36 years? Do you think they're going to make an example out of him? So, I mean, a lot of people have spent less time in jail for killing someone. You know, like. You know, like you know, like murder 2 is like 25 to life. you know what I mean? Like the minimum sentence is 25. You know, you could literally go to jail for less time for killing somebody with intention. You know, in the moment. So I don't know. It's somebody's come up with minimum sentences of 10 years, so he's absolutely going to serve a third of that 30 plus. Yeah, yeah. I think we'll get into it. We'll get into it. Yeah, South Korea is very hard on some stuff. This is true. They're really hard on some things that other countries are like, wow, you know. But it's the way it is, man. Like when you go to a country, you know, and you know, if you're gonna FAFO in a foreign country, you should figure out what laws they're sticklers about and try to avoid them. You know.
Hello. I'm back.
I updated the article. It's actually 36 years now.
Oh.
Yeah. It went up to 36. So he has pled not guilty to distributing deep
I feel like
fakes
I'm watching a soccer game and my team keeps scoring.
I know, right? Right? At showing up his second court date.
Soccer, so hard to get the 36 points.
Maybe 36 points. That's like a football game. That's like a football score. In 2024, Somali traveled to South Korea and began causing controversy in the country, just as he did in Japan and Israel. In numerous broadcasts, he filmed himself disrupting businesses, disrespecting Korean culture, and inappropriately dancing on the Statue of Peace, a monument to the victims of sexual slavery during World War II. His antics led him to being arrested and charged. During his first court appearance, he showed up late and hungover. However, he pled guilty to obstruction of business for causing chaos at a 7-Eleven and 2 counts of the Minor Crimes Act after he harassed people with a dead fish and twerked on the subway. On May 16th, which was yesterday, Ishmael had a second court appearance in which he faced more obstruction of business charges and charges for allegedly creating deepfakes, a crime that comes with a multiple penalty of 10.5 years in jail. So they're like, South Korea is like really hard on deepfake laws.
It could be a soccer score. Apparently, the highest scoring soccer game on record is Asadema's 149-0 victory over State Olympic I can't read that, in 2002.
What the fuck? That sounds like a basketball game. A high scoring basketball game.
149-0 is crazy.
How does that work? They just shoot the ball from the kickoff and it just goes in every time? Like, how does that?
Baby.
Oh, so what happened is that the opposing team scored 149 self goals as a protest.
Oh, okay. So it's a fluke. Okay.
Squirrel pointed back at me.
What?
I pointed at a squirrel on the back porch and the squirrel pointed back at me. Look at it, it's right there.
I see it. Hello. I wave. Hello. It's on the roof.
Squirrels are smart, man.
You missed it.
Sorry.
I just came to grab my chair.
me to the water.
Okay, so let's see. Despite showing up late to his first court date and being warned by the judge, Somali was reportedly late again and had his lawyer looking for him at the courthouse before taking the stand. As per YouTuber legal mindset, Somali faced 2 counts of distributing deepfakes, but disputed these claims, pleading not guilty. However, his lawyer couldn't provide any evidence of his innocence, something Somali denies. Well, but to be fair, he doesn't have to... should have the presumption of innocence, to be fair. Furthermore, he pled guilty to playing music on a bus, causing it to be late. Oh, man, he made public transportation in an Asian country late. That's a big no-no. Causing a disruption at the theme park Lottie World, according to a Korean media, which is that's like the Disneyland of Korea, by the way. As
hold on.
Chat pointed out.
He's the proof of him, like making deepfakes is. I mean, he's shown the deepfakes.
Yeah, he's the one who distributed them.
Yeah, he next to his face. You know,
Yeah.
like. Him having to prove his innocence, I mean, that's because there already is proof against his innocence.
Well, I think he's just saying that he had like nothing to counter with, like just showing the video of the deepfake and then showing the video of Johnny Somali showing the deepfakes off, like, because that's what it is. Like he filmed himself showing off the
Imagine not being
deepfakes.
smart enough to say that video of him showing off the deepfakes is a deepfake of him showing off the deepfakes.
Right?
By someone else.
Yeah, someone framed me and deepfaked me. It wasn't me. However, Somali told Dixerto that he had pled not guilty to both the deepfakes as well as the third count of obstruction of business. Obstruction of business carries a maximum penalty of 5 years, and with 3 counts, Somali is looking at a maximum of 15 years behind bars for those alone. Each deepfake charge carries a maximum penalty of 10.5 years, so in total, Ishmael could be in jail for 36 years. Somali's next trial date is scheduled for August 13th and would be a full day. God, that's a long time. He's got to wait more than 2 months? Jeez. They don't have a right to speedy trials in South Korea, apparently. Will be a full day of testimony. This may not be the end of Somali's charges either. Ishmael is accused of threatening to spread HIV, broadcasting North Korean propaganda, and violating anti-terrorism laws. So the charges could keep... That's actually probably why the court date's not till August. It's to give the prosecution time to rack up additional charges against them.
Yeah.
That's probably why. Oh, God. Dude, this guy is fucked. Like, even if he doesn't... Like, here's the thing. I don't think that he's going to get the maximum for, like, all of these. Like...
Oh, yeah,
I don't think so, but even if he gets just the minimum is like at least like 15 to 20, isn't it? Like, what? I don't even know what the minimum is for these things, but it's got to be like at least 2 or 3 years. You know, so we're easily getting up to like 15 to 20 years minimum here. So, yeah, dude, he's gonna live the vast majority of his life in a Korean prison, which is
awesome.
I mean, yeah, it's one of the greatest Fatho stories of all time.
Justice was finally served. I really thought that it would be Mexico that did him in. I really did. I really thought he was gonna go to Mexico, fuck with the wrong guy.
He's just gonna disappear. He's just gonna disappear. Yeah.
I thought he was gonna disappear for a week, and then one day he was gonna go live, and we're gonna watch get fucking beheaded by the fucking cartel.
Yeah, fucking chopped up and stuffed into a fucking tortilla bin or something. You know, like
I genuinely really thought he was gonna end up getting beheaded, like on his own live stream by the cartels. I really thought that was what was gonna happen.
I mean, he was getting attacked by other South Korean live streamers, and it's like, this is an Asian country where, like, you know, you gotta really piss people off to get it to that level. Like, the trigger is, or the fuse is a lot shorter, and the bomb at the end of that fuse is a lot bigger into places like Mexico. Like,
yeah.
All you have to do is annoy one wrong person, and you're gone.
Yeah.
You're gone.
You're dead.
So he lost his public defender because he hired a private lawyer, a tax lawyer that has only been in court 6 times and lost every time. Yeah, this is true. So he had a public defender, and he hired a private lawyer who hasn't seen the inside of a courtroom in a very long time. And the times he has seen the inside of a courtroom, he lost every time. And because he hired a private lawyer, that forced the court to dismiss the public defender. So, yeah, it's not looking good for good old Johnny here, and good, you know. And the thing is, like, somebody needs that's the thing. Like, I haven't really heard stories. I haven't seen, like, I look around like Japanese news, South Korean news sites and stuff like that, just looking for, what the pulse is, looking for anything interesting. I haven't seen stuff about, like, nuisance streamers in a decent amount of time, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Johnny Somali is causing a cooling effect.
Yeah.
People are terrified of getting the book thrown at them. It's like, yeah, like, you should be afraid. You should be afraid. Like, those people that
all
were
you
like...
have to do in Mexico is you have to say that the local drug lord is a punk. That's true. It really is that simple.
It's that simple.
There's loads of videos and, like, stories of South American, like, streamers that, like, dared the local drug lords to do something about them. They're like, yeah, they're not nothing, blah, 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 blah. And then they would go missing, or they'd be forced to apologize, or one of them was killed, straight up killed.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, one of the last places you want to wind up is on the wrong side of, like, cartel machismo culture. Like,
yeah, bro, those guys are fucking petty.
Yeah, they're petty as fuck.
Those guys have small dicks, and if you mention it, you're dead.
Yeah, it's a bad place to be.
Small dicks and big guns, bro.
But okay, so that's the update on Johnny Somali. What's your next article?
Ooh.
I think for you, it would be Maryland.
Maryland. R.I.P.
Is it about a Maryland man?
No. Go ahead.
Okay.
"200 rescued from Maryland elementary school using boats as floodwaters started to reach the second floor."
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Approximately 150 elementary students and 50 adults, scroll up, evacuated using 15 rescue boats Tuesday as heavy rains brought flooding to Maryland. Is it Maryland? Maryland?
I say it like an I, Maryland. Like, I pronounce
Maryland?
it, I say M-E-R-I, land. Then, like, L-E-N-D, Maryland.
Got it.
That's how I
Marland.
say it.
I'm from Marland.
Yeah, it sounds
Allie
weird.
Wade was at work when she heard that her son's school in Allegheny County, Maryland, was flooded and rescues were underway. She was 30 minutes away when she finally came within blocks of Westernport Elementary School. She was told by police officers she couldn't go any further, causing her to go into panic mode. It was very scary, Wade told CNN. I actually had a panic attack. She eventually got to a location where she was able to see her oldest son, William, 10, being rescued by a boat. She waved and called out to him, but it took her a while to be reunited with both her children, including her youngest son, Quentin, 8, who was also rescued.
Is that a dad just like heaving his daughter on his shoulders out of the flood?
I'm pretty sure that is. I'm pretty sure that image is actually going around on Twitter, and people were applauding him for being a Chad dad, and yeah, he said, "Fuck the rules. I'm saving my daughter."
That's what dads be doing.
Yep.
It's like a little skiff, like rescue skiffs.
Yeah. Her sons were among approximately 150 students and 50 adults evacuating using 15 rescue boats Tuesday as heavy rains brought flooding to the region, the county's emergency services department said. The children said they saw water close to the ceiling of the first floor of the school while being evacuated. But that's crazy. an entire story.
Yeah, that's
those
like, I
little
mean,
flooding.
what's a story? Is it at like 8 feet?
Something like that, yeah. That's
So that,
crazy.
and then you have like another foot before you get to like the actual like floor of the second level. God, that's
Yeah.
fucking insane.
That is insane levels of flooding. Yeah, like you don't even see that during like. Well, I mean, to be fair, like Maryland's like more, hilly, right? I
Yeah, I
imagine
mean,
wherever
this
that
is-
school
yeah.
is, it has to be like a bowl, you know?
Yeah, this is clearly a flash flood scenario happening here.
Yeah. Because like
God.
even during like hurricanes, it doesn't get to that.
I was gonna say hurricane
range.
surges don't get that high.
Yeah, that's
Well,
crazy.
I guess they can, but it's rare.
Yeah. By the end of the day, their pants were pulled up to their knees and their shoes were sopping wet, but they were okay. So.
But no one died in this.
Yep.
Doesn't
Once
sound
they were
like
all
anybody
reunited
even
at the
got
local
hurt.
church. Yeah. Once they were all the school's fucking the school's fucking insurance was very hurt.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I think
Once we're all
every.
reunited at the local
I think
church-
the insurance companies were heavily hurt. I mean, look at this. Like all insurance companies were heavily hurt by this flood.
God. Anyways, once we were reunited at the local church, William was upset and clingy. Not that she minded, but his younger brother, Quentin, said he had fun, reassuring her after the long ordeal. So the older sibling is like, sad and freaking out. But
The
the
8-year-old
younger
is like,
kid's like, this is great.
Yeah.
No school today?
the 8-year-old is like, I have no concept
This
of death
reminds
yet.
me-
This is fun.
This reminds me of when I was in middle school. We got in a car crash on the way to school where basically we were crossing as a light turned yellow and then red, and someone in the opposite side, right, like someone in the other lane, right, I guess they were just like, fuck it, the light's about to turn green anyway, so they just sped.
Oh,
And they hit us so hard that our car, so we were driving fast, we were trying to get through the yellow, right? And they hit us. They hit the back of side of our car. My grandfather was driving. My cousin, who's a year older than me, was sitting in the front seat, and I was sitting in the middle in the back seat. And I didn't have my seatbelt on or anything. Because I'm an adamant anti seatbelter. But the back of the car was hit so hard that our car spun 360 degrees, and then another 180 to then face the opposite direction of the way that we were going.
wow.
Yeah.
That's called
fucking
a 520.
Yeah, dude. Absolutely fucking wild. Yeah, 520 degrees.
Or 540?
And
I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
360, 180. No, yeah, I think you're right. I think it was 540.
Yeah, 540. Okay.
Yeah. Fucking 540 fucking degrees. We fucking spun from how hard our fucking car was hit. And my cousin was freaking out. She was screaming. Mid spin, I was like, whoa, wee. I was having a blast. I was just happy. I was the only one that was somewhat injured. I had back pains for like a solid 2 days because the back side of the car where like the trunk is crumpled and it sent a shock through the seat. It didn't hit my back, but it just sent a shock.
Okay.
And it gave me back pain for like a good couple days. The back pain didn't hit me till because in my head I was like, yeah, I'm good to go to school, but I'm gonna pretend like I'm not. And then I got home and I was like, oh, I'm actually not. Because I guess the adrenaline, right?
Yeah, the delayed pain response. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't feel it until we were home.
That happens all the time. You ever watch?
I had to lay down. Because it was right in my lower back.
That's funny because that happens all the time in baseball. You ever watch somebody get beamed in baseball?
No.
Well, it happens. It's very, very common for a batter to get hit by a pitch, and they'll just brush it off. They'll take their little trot to first base, and once they're safely at first base, they put their hands on their knees. They go for a little walk. That's when it hits them. It starts to hurt. There's like a delay. It's like a
Yeah.
delayed paid response. You see it all the time in baseball when people get hit by a pitch. The only car accident that I have like been in was I was still in a car seat, so I don't really have a good memory of it. All I know is that I was in a car seat in the back seat, and we got T-boned in the middle of an intersection, and the car was flipped. So it was like flipped onto its side. Now,
I have a
luckily,
similar story.
and the car struck the side that I wasn't on. So I was like on the bottom of the car essentially. But I know that my mom was driving. Dad wasn't there. It was just my mom and me. But that's literally the only thing I remember happening. I don't remember anything else about it. I guess wasn't
I
old
have a
enough
similar
yet.
story from when I was like 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was 2. Yeah, I think it was 2. But it was a trip to Cuba, and we're on our way back from like the village where my grandmother's family lives at. We're on our way back to Havana, and my uncle basically was borrowing the rental car that my dad got. Because my dad didn't go because he was adamant that they shouldn't go because it was too late. But then they went anyway, and they stayed longer because my uncle wanted to drive around in the car because my uncle liked cars. And he ended up. It was so late they ended up falling asleep on the way back. He hit the bank that's in between the 2 lanes, right?
Oh yeah, the
Swerved to
island.
the right,
Yeah.
and then tried to recorrect. So he swerved to the left, and the car started rolling.
Right. You overcorrected into yeah.
Yeah, he overcorrected it into a roll. And I woke up on the very last portion of that roll where the car turned, like the car basically landed on its side. Finally, where it finally stopped. That's when I woke up, and I was totally unharmed. I was having a great time. I was like, "Look at me! I'm standing sideways."
Yeah, I was unharmed in my accident too. So
I didn't find out until much later in life. I'm talking like till I was like 20, like in my 20s was when I found out that the car actually rolled multiple times. According to my mom, it rolled like 7 times. I thought it just flipped on its side.
Oh God.
Because I literally slept through all of the rolls.
I wish I could sleep that deeply. That'd be nice. Like borderline get into a coma.
I still remember
Only.
like the gritty feeling of like dirt in my mouth. Like dirt from like the floor of the car that like floated up into the air.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
my mouth.
Ugh.
Yeah, I still remember like waking up to that feeling, and that was what woke me up. Like, ugh. I was like chewing like the little grit. Like squeaks, but like between your teeth. But anyways.
Anyway.
Where were we?
Right here.
His quote was, "I had the time of my life until the teacher wouldn't give us a snack out of the snack bin," she said.
Fucking real.
Wade added the teachers of the school lost their cars in the floodwaters. Video she shared with CNN shows several vehicles floating in high waters in the parking lot. Wade said she had never experienced flooding like Tuesdays before, but her husband had back in 1996. Those evacuated are safe and no injuries were reported. Caddy Kenny, spokesperson for Allegheny County's Emergency Services Department, said, oh, that was all one sentence. No other schools were affected, but there were reports of people trapped in homes and cars, she added. Water rescue teams from surrounding counties are actively assisting with response efforts, Kenny said, adding that the Georges Creek region remains an area of concern for emergency responders.
This is like a 50-year flood, then. Well, actually, no.
Yeah.
96. That's a 30-year flood. 30-year flood. Okay.
Yeah. Georges Creek reached moderate flood levels at 12 feet as of 5 p.m. Moderate flood levels, 12.12 feet.
Jeez. It rolls more than 7 feet in 6 hours. Holy
That's
crap.
crazy.
That is an insane amount of water. Oh my god.
Major flooding begins as 12 feet, and the record is 12.77 feet in 1996.
Oh, that's the one that they remembered. Yeah, so this is totally a 30-year flood. Flash flood was an emergency. That's wild.
Yeah, that's pretty much the whole story, though.
Yeah.
That's just
Okay.
talking about how the area is kind of prone to flooding and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot. But yeah, everyone's okay.
Good.
Except for insurance companies. Fuck them anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say good. everything is good. Okay. What is next? Oh, next I want to do a segment about robots. Because there was this
Okay.
this video went kind of viral. And this is not CGI. This is in real time, and it's 100% real.
Two step.
And then it returns to neutral. So this video went viral on Twitter about the ability for this thing to dance. Now, this isn't the first time we've seen dancing robots. Way back in 2020,
OMG, Papa.
we saw all the way back in 2020, we saw this terrifying Boston Dynamics robots doing dancing. Hang on, I'm gonna turn the music off for this one because I don't want to get copyrighted. But it's just kind of dancing. You can see it's more clunky. This one's definitely more clunky than what we just saw, but still impressive. And this was from 5 years ago. You know.
Yeah, I feel like Boston Dynamics is really ahead of the ball as far as like actual robotics goes.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what separates Elon from Boston Dynamics is Elon's very much has a focus on building a robotic assistant, whereas Boston Dynamics is more so focused on building robots that just accomplish very like specific tasks.
Boston,
like these are robots that are meant to be robots, whereas Elon's is specifically going for like the Android sort of vibe.
Well, Boston Dynamics is designing robots for industrial use. Elon is Elon is designing robots for commercial use.
For domestic use, yeah.
For commercial market, that's affordable to the normal person. Essentially, that's the difference. They're targeting two different markets, which is why Elon's robots are much less expensive. Like you can get one of the Elon bots for the price of like a new car, basically. Whereas these Boston Dynamic robots are like $1 million plus each.
Yeah, they're hundreds of thousands.
And the thing is,
these are the cost of a house.
You don't want this hulking thing watering your plants and such. Like it will knock shit over. You want a slender, agile bot like this in your house doing assistance. You don't want this hulking thing.
You don't want a robot. You want an android.
Now,
I think that's the true difference there.
Mm-hmm. Now, this got me thinking. This is partially inspired by a segment that Bo over on the Lotus Eaters did. But it kind of had me go back and find some of these other videos of robots doing interesting things. Like there was this one that they demonstrated is like crawling around, and this is like a clunkier version of the Elon bot. It looks like. But they're just kind of showing the agility of it here. Like, it's going to walk the line. This is very basic motion. It's going to run. You notice how it leans and stuff the way a human does, which is really interesting. And then it's going to get on its knees, and it's going to crawl. That's actually like a crab walk. Or, like a bear walk. Then he gets up. They gave this thing some meaty thighs. Little combat roll there.
That's super impressive.
Yeah, and this is all real. It's not CGI.
Well, it like flipped its legs around so it can land. Oh, it like shot a piece of itself into the wall.
Yeah. Like a cartwheel. So you can see like how advanced these things are getting. And then you get into like the more creepy ones. You get the creepy ones like this that do like creepy things with its articulation. This is practically the same. Yeah, this is a similar robot, but you see it. Yeah. So you can see this one kind of reminds me a little bit more of a T-1000. But
yeah, this is the robot from before, just being programmed to do different things.
Yeah, exactly. But and this all led me to this. This is what actually inspired me to do this segment was this is the Chinese version. Chilling moment, a humanoid robot wakes up and starts attacking its handlers while trying to break free from its restraints. I'm just gonna play this for you.
I saw this video.
Of course, they play the Terminator music over it. I should probably actually mute this.
Yeah, they're just chilling.
They're chilling?
They're like programming it.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're like working on something. And then it starts moving and starts flailing.
Flails and flails and flails.
Look at the force on that.
I know.
That little crane is not strong enough, dude.
No, it's not. So in CCTV footage from a factory in China, the robot, which is attached to a miniature crane, is seen violently swinging its arms back and forth. As it flew into what looks like a rage, it lashed out at a man sitting nearby at a computer who had to duck, while another man sitting behind the robot had to back away. The robot, seemingly of its own accord, it's not. You could tell that they're doing something with it. It didn't just wake up
They're
while they
waiting
were
for it to do some sort of response.
Yeah, it's not like they were just sitting back sipping coffee and this thing just came to life on its own and started attacking them. That's not quite what happened here.
Yeah.
The men can be seen flinching and cowering while raising their arms to shield their faces. As the computer monitor toppled to the floor, other items were knocked over from the desk as the men attempted to flee from the out-of-control robot. Eventually, one of the men pulled the crane from behind in a bid to stop the ongoing destruction. The incident took place on May 1st and caused a stir online with viewers commenting on the chilling nature of the event. You know, this always shit like this always generates memes. Like everybody thinks like, oh, like Skynet is next. Here comes the T-1000. This is like the T-01.
Wait, look at that fucking third reply.
Well, nice to know that the robot apocalypse can be stopped with a small crane hoist. For now. Let's see. At a Mobile World Congress in Barcelona last month.
Have you seen those, by the way? The synthetic human robots?
Oh, God, dude. This thing is...
Have you seen those?
Yes, it's terrifying. Yeah, I almost don't... Yeah, this thing is terrifying.
You should click that. I want to watch that video.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. Yeah, this thing... I don't want this. I want my robots to look like robots. I don't want this.
I kind of think that if they gave one of these titties, I'd be done. I showed this to Paytho when this video first came out, like ages ago. Back in February, yeah. And her immediate response was wood.
Oh, man, dude. It's even creepy. It's really creepy because it's like hanging from these 3 like ropes as well.
Yeah.
Like it's some kind of weird sex dungeon. And it's not really doing anything. It's just kind of twitching around. I don't know. The whole thing is just really creepy to me.
So, what makes this one interesting is how the materials on it work.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Proto-clone. Faceless, anatomically accurate synthetic human. Yeah, this isn't like a robot with skin on it. No. That's not what this is.
This is synthetic muscle functioning.
Right. It's accurate synthetic human with over 200 degrees of freedom, over 1,000 myofibers, and 500 sensors. Let's see. Everybody normal person looks at a dystopian sci-fi film as cautionary tales. Nerds see them as instruction manuals. Clone robotics touts the humanoid machine as bipedal, but the clip only shows it hanging from strings as it moves about frantically. Protoclone is yet to demonstrate its walking capabilities, unlike rival bots such as Elon Musk Optimus and Boston Dynamics Atlas. Compared to these rivals, Protoclone arguably has a body shape more like a human, complete with realistic movements. Other than the lack of a face, this prototype is anatomically accurate with more than 200 degrees of freedom, in other words, 200 possible movements. It also has 1,000 different artificial muscle fibers, or myofibers, and 500 sensors, giving the bot insight about its surroundings. The prototype is powered by pneumatics, but according to the firm, it is planning to switch to a hydraulic system which uses pistons and fluid. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think that's fucking crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. This creeps me out, man.
Make no mistake, that is what these things will be used for. Anatomically accurate. They're gonna they're gonna fucking slap fucking sexy skins on these motherfuckers.
Well, they
These
already
sex
have
bots.
robotic heads and faces that like mimic human speech. That use like
Yeah.
robotics. So like it's pretty creepy. But like, you know, give it some time. Give it a few years. You know what I mean? You take
Give this
what?
thing a fucking synthetic vagina.
Yeah, and you give it one of them heads that can mimic human speech. I mean, you've
No,
got.
just leave that out. No. I prefer a woman that doesn't talk. Actually, thank you very much. Don't ruin it.
Fair enough.
You give it a head that mimics human speech are faster for freedom and shit, and rights. No, just keep it the fuck shut. Okay.
Sex moans only.
Muffled, preferably.
I mean, that's the thing. Like we've seen demonstrations of all these different technologies. All you got to do is piece it all together. So, but
That is really impressive. Look at his
Mhm.
feet, though. God damn! Look at the curvature.
Oh yeah, it's got some arches, man.
Oh,
Those are some Arch du Triomphe arches right there.
God damn.
But
I mean, your replacement requirement?
yeah,
I'd never replace my wife. I love her.
but yeah, I just
And
wanted to.
yeah,
My whole thing, it's like people have also talking about like military applications of these kinds of humanoid robots and stuff like that.
no.
It's like I don't think that bipedal robots is a good, like, it's better to have like tank bots.
The
know.
Boston Dynamics dog is used for police stuff.
Yeah, the dog I can see is useful, as much more useful than the bipedal one. But who knows though? Like, I mean, we've seen demonstrations of people like kicking, like trying to kick the bipedal ones over and stuff like that, and they don't fall. You know, they know how to correct themselves and keep themselves upright and stuff like that now. So, I don't know. Maybe a bipedal is like the best thing. Like, you just train this thing how to use a fucking automatic rifle, and you've got a killing machine that doesn't have to sleep or eat ever. All it needs is ammo.
Yeah.
You know.
Ammo and batteries.
I could, yeah, maybe, yeah. It's just,
Ammo and the occasional charge.
I don't know. The moment you start thinking of like military application, it's really easy for your mind to run wild. You know what I mean? Like, you add this with like you add this plus, some of the dogs. You add in some super fast like little zippy drones or something like that, and you've got like a
That's
full
already there. Like,
yeah.
The police already use the dogs. They already use like small little drones for
Mhm.
stuff.
Yeah,
Like that. This is already a thing.
yeah,
As for like the humanoid ones, I mean, it's only a matter of time. I can see the bus dynamic ones being used more just because they're like more industrial. They're a little bit, beefier. I can see
sturdier.
them just giving
Yeah,
motherfuckers guns, right?
yeah. And then
Perhaps
you
even
just
custom guns that are built in.
add in a swarm AI,
and
so they all
some
act.
sort
So
of
they all
blood feeding
act
mechanism.
as like a hive
Boom.
mind.
Yeah, dude.
You've got like a highly effective non-human army, just bam, right there. It's like, ugh. Anyway, I just wanted to showcase this. That's all.
Okay.
That's my robot
Yes.
segment. Okay. Next you got an interesting one next.
Go on.
The habeas corpus one.
Ah,
Yeah.
let me grab that.
And let's see here. We're making good time.
This is what Pathos sent me. I haven't properly looked into this one yet.
Let me see.
U.S.
here.
Homeland Chief says that legal immigration levels could warrant suspending habeas corpus.
Gonna full on East India Trade Company from Pirates of the Caribbean 3.
U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said on Wednesday that she believes recent levels of illegal immigration could provide a sufficient legal rationale to suspend habeas corpus, the right of someone in the U.S. to challenge their detention. During a hearing before a U.S. House of Representatives committee, Noem said that she thought high levels of illegal border crossings under former President Joe Biden qualified under the U.S. Constitution as a reason to suspend the fundamental right. Representative Ellie Crane, a Republican, asked Noem if she thought migrants legally crossing the U.S. border, the U.S.-Mexico border qualified as a rebellion or invasion that could allow for the suspension of habeas corpus. I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but I believe it does, Noem said. U.S. President Donald Trump kicked off an aggressive immigration enforcement campaign after taking office in January, declaring illegal immigration an invasion in an attempt to ramp up deportations. Trump, in March, invoked a wartime statute to rapidly deport alleged Venezuelan gang members. But the Supreme Court issued an order in April that called for possible deportees to have a chance to contest the removal. Retarded. Stephen Miller, a top White House official and the architect of Trump's immigration agenda, said on Friday that the Trump administration was actively looking at suspending habeas corpus to speed up deportations. The Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land. That the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended at time of invasion, Miller told reporters at the White House. So, I would say that's an action we're actively looking at. Some legal scholars have questioned whether Trump has the legal authority to suspend habeas corpus due to immigration, while others have expressed alarm about the possibility. The number of migrants caught illegally crossing the U.S. southern border plummeted to record lows after Trump took office in January, undercutting his portrayal of the situation as an emergency. Yeah, it becomes a little bit less of an emergency if you already fixed it. You know?
Well, that's the thing is that I mean the number of
I get what you're saying.
crossings dropped into double digits recently. There's
Yeah,
literally they caught in the whole month they caught 12 people. Nobody is
Yeah.
crossing the border anymore.
That doesn't change the fact that we've already been invaded, though.
I was gonna say does it have to
Is
be
my argument.
present tense?
Yeah.
So you're saying that if they come in fast enough,
We can't stop them. legally.
that we can't.
that's stupid.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be current and ongoing. I think that's flimsy.
U.S. Border Patrol arrested 8,400 migrants crossing illegally in April, down from a monthly high of 250,000 in December
Jesus,
2023 under Biden.
250,000 in one fucking month. God.
Noem declined to say whether she supported actually taking that step, and that Trump would make any decision. This is something that's not in my purview to weigh in on, she said. This is the president's prerogative to pursue, and he has not indicated to me that he will or will not be taking that action. Representative Julie Johnson, a Democrat from Texas, criticized Trump's attempt to use the 1798 law, known as the Alien Enemies Act, to bypass standard due process. You were intending to wrongfully deport people without access to a court hearing, without access to the rule of law, Johnson said. You are not affording people due process, and the Supreme Court has now ordered you to do so.
That's a huge problem. That is a huge problem. If people have the ability to not give a damn about the law on the way in, but the law suddenly matters on the way out,
Yes, it does.
That's what
Here's the thing. Citizens are not owed due process. Sorry, non-citizens are not owed due process, right? If you're here illegally, and you have no reason to be here, right? You're simply not owed due process because you're not a citizen. The laws of the Constitution don't apply to you, which is why people are allowed to pay you nothing, right? Because you're not documented.
Yeah, people are allowed to break the law when it comes to employment practices and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. What happens to you is not our government's responsibility. You made the error of invading, right? That's on you, right? It's ridiculous to say, oh well, But now that I am in this country, the laws of this country should apply to me, even though I didn't come here legally. There's no reason why I should be here. And, I'm not this country's responsibility. That's insane.
Well, yeah, number one, I don't consider any of these arguments for due process to be in good faith. That's number one. I think it's just because Orange Man bad. Therefore,
Yep.
I don't think it's a good faith argument. And number two,
solely for the purpose of slowing him down, so that then they can say, "Oh, he didn't even do the thing you wanted to say."
yeah, and number two, I care more about maintaining the sovereignty of and the sovereignty of the country and the legitimacy of the population, i.e., in the form of voting and as well as representation, because the whole thing about like if you flood a state with 1 million illegal immigrants, even if they can't vote, they're still counted in the census, and the number of representatives that states in the House will go up. So they're technically getting represented in Congress. You are legislating laws on their behalf. You know what I mean? So it's like I care more about the integrity and sovereignty of the country and its laws and the legitimacy of its vote over some abstract appeal to fucking human rights. I am so fucking sick of Western countries allowing their sovereignty and their culture and their citizenry to be cut to some bullshit appeal to an abstract human rights. Like I'm sorry, but human rights is lower on the list for me. So, and that's the thing, like, anyone who thinks that, like, the law doesn't have to apply on the way in, but it must apply on the way out, that's a nefarious person. Like, I am suspect. Because they always say, like, there's a really, really famous Aristotle quote. I'm actually going to pull it up so I can say it word for word. I'm going to pull it up on the second browser.
Is it just so that you can't Muslim invasion? Yeah, dude.
This is it. Right here. There. But this is his this is from Aristotle's book Politics. Right here. In fact, owing to this tyranny is a friend of the base, for tyrants enjoy being flattered, but nobody would ever flatter them if he possessed a free spirit. Men of character love their ruler, or at all events do not flatter him, and the base are useful for base business, for nail is driven out by nail, as the proverb goes. And is the mark of a tyrant to dislike anyone that is proud or free-spirited, for the tyrant claims for himself alone the right to bear that character, and the man who meets his pride with pride and shows a free spirit robs tyranny of its superiority and position of mastery. Tyrants therefore hate the proud as undermining their authority. And it is the mark of a tyrant to have men of foreign extraction rather than citizens as guests at their table and companions, feeling that citizens are hostile, but strangers make no claim against him.
Yeah.
These and similar habits are characteristics of tyrants and preservative of their office, but they lack no element of basis. You can always tell when you have tyrants on your hands when they prefer the foreigner over the native. Is basically what this passage is saying. And he's right. He's absolutely right. So whenever I hear people who are like, they appeal to human rights on the way in, or they appeal to human rights on the way in, and they appeal to the law on the way out. It's just like, no, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And my whole thing is, it's like, I don't care about your abstract ideas of human rights. I want the country fixed. So do with that as what you will. They're just plain evil. Yeah, that's easy enough. They call them migrants and not illegals. Oh, the worst they'll say is undocumented. So Okay, well, I mean, suspension of habeas corpus. I mean, again, if it produces the results of getting the elite, because that's the thing. It's like, here's the thing: if he declares,
I need to rewatch.
habeas corpus suspension and it goes through, which I'm pretty sure he can do that unilaterally. I'm sure he'll be challenged by some bullshit judge, but I know that there's pending legislation to basically strip judges of the nationwide injunction, the federal injunction kind of shit, where like random fucking district judges can just block anything that the executive branch does, which is absolutely fucking insane, because that means that anything that the executive branch does requires unanimous consent between like literally thousands of judges across the United States. Like,
Yeah.
that there's no fucking way that anything can ever, that's judicial tyranny. That is absolute tyranny of the judiciary right there. There's no way that can stand. So I know that there's pending legislations if the Republicans would get out their ass and stop going on vacation and actually do a vote on it to like end the whole federal injunction thing. So the judges can't just do that. They can't reach across wherever from they're at and just put a block on federal actions from the executive branch. So, I mean, ideally, you don't have to, suspend habeas corpus. But if worse comes to worse, fucking do it.
Fuck it. We ball.
Yeah, we ball. Do it.
Fuck it. We're doing it live.
Yeah. I'll roll the dice. I'll roll those dice.
I need to do a watch along of the Netflix Dracula series.
Okay.
Sometime. There's in the so that series it's a 3-part series where they're basically 3 short movies.
Mm-hmm.
Going through different parts of Dracula's story, right? Through the first 2, and the third part is basically Dracula in modern day.
Oh.
Right? Yeah, it's a very interesting take on Dracula, but
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know which one you're talking about.
So there's a point where Dracula is basically taken and he's jailed, right, in like a cell.
Mm-hmm.
By an ancestor of the what's her face? Basically like the person who played Van Helsing, right? Like the person who was Van Helsing during Dracula's time.
Oh,
this
okay.
lady,
the ancestor
right?
of like the vampire hunters.
Yeah, basically, right?
Yeah.
And she was this woman, right? And she's basically like trying to like grill him, and be like, "Oh, why are you surprised to see like a woman in a position of authority? Yeah, this is the modern era. Women have rights now." And Dracula just laughs and says, "Rights? What are rights? No one has rights."
Hmm.
And that line is really good because it's fucking true.
Yeah. Because
no one has a right to anything.
Well, that's the thing. It's
that's not the way that works.
The rights is basically like, it's essentially a social contract, but
yeah,
you want to know what enforces a social contract in the end? Violence.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It all goes back to violence. Like,
yep.
So, and that's the thing. That's why the First Amendment is so great, because the First Amendment, because I think it was Einstein. He said like the first 2 people to speak to each other instead of throw rocks at each other were like that was like the beginning of civilization. That kind of whole thing. It's saying like, if you don't allow people to talk, then the only avenue in which they have to air their grievances is through violence.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's why you have to allow people to talk. So, but that is funny. There is no such thing as rights. It's like, and he's technically, he's actually right. When it comes down to it,
this is Dracula after he was like basically like stuck in sea, right?
Mm-hmm.
For hundreds of years.
Right.
And then he arrives in modern day, and so all he has to do to basically gain the knowledge of the modern world is to drink blood from the modern man. Because he in this sort of lore, he basically gains knowledge from blood. The idea basically being that like blood carries the experience and knowledge of humanity. And so by drinking
Interesting.
blood from the modern man, he basically learns how to speak in like the modern colloquialisms. He learns how
Right.
to use modern technology and all that stuff,
He
right?
gets caught up.
Um, but he still has the mentality of the pre quote unquote rights era, right? Where at the end of the day, you know, everything in society is a construct, and everything boils down to who has the bigger stick.
Yeah, which is
Right?
still
And
true.
modern day is still like that. It's
Yeah.
still like that.
Well, that's the thing. Like, human rights is nothing more than an abstract idea that is born out of a modern ideology. That's
Yeah.
what it is. But the only way you can but that's the thing. Like, even in like democracies that you know love the smell of their own farts, you know, they you know write legislation that gives them the monopoly of violence and force. They do that for a reason, because they know that in
Yeah.
the end, that's the only thing that actually matters, is threats of
Yep.
violence. So, like, if you knew, like, that's the thing. If I knew that, like, all of the UK, no UK cop was armed, and they were all like little, you know, female diversity hires, and that was the only thing, that was the only threat of force, you know, preventing me from breaking the law. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna be less hesitant to break the law if I choose that, if I feel like I need to.
Yeah.
Because the in the end, that threat of violence just isn't there. So.
Yep.
Anyway. All right, I want to talk about a prison break. So 10 inmates escaped from a New Orleans prison after digging a hole in a wall, which is like the most stereotypical classic way to escape. And I swear to God, it's like the way that every prison escape happens, it seems. This is how the escape...
They left a message.
This is how the escape from Alcatraz happened. It's like, just put a hole in the wall. You know, it's like... 10 inmates escaped from a New Orleans jail by digging a hole behind a lavatory. Officers launched a full-scale manhunt for the men, including a convicted murderer who escaped from custody on Friday. Authorities first noticed that 10 inmates were missing during a morning head count. Initially, they said a total of 11 men had escaped, but one feared to be on the road was found in a different cell. One inmate was captured after a brief chase through the French Quarter, the Louisiana State Police said. One of the fugitives, Derek Groves, was convicted on 2 charges of second-degree murder, 2 charges of attempted second-degree murder last year for his role in the 2018 Mardi Gras Day shooting of 2 men. Groves also left 2 other injured people physically and emotionally scarred from the shooting, according to the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office, which described him as a heinous criminal in a news release. He currently faces a charge of battery against a correctional facility employee. Corey Boyd, another escaped inmate, had pleaded not guilty to a pending second-degree murder charge. Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson said that the department is actively working with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies to search for the escaped inmates. We are launching a full investigation to determine how this escape occurred. Well, they put a hole in the wall. Including reviewing facility protocols, staff performance, and physical security measures, Sheriff Hudson said. Any lapses or failures that contributed to this incident will be addressed swiftly and with full accountability. Investigators are focusing on an opening inside a cell through which at least one inmate is believed to have escaped into a maintenance corridor. How are the fucking... It's such a stereotype. It's like there's this perfect man-sized corridor just behind the wall. That's how they escaped, an official told the Associated Press, adding investigators were reviewing surveillance footage that captured the jailbreak. A photograph taken from inside the cell appears to show a hole behind a lavatory that has been ripped off the wall. The wall is covered in graffiti, including ones reading, I guess, "fuck OPSO," referring to the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office in charge of the jail, and "suck my dick, OJC." The prisoners also left a note behind that said, "too easy, lol." Damn. Too easy, lol. I'm gonna start using that whenever I win a match in Marble Rivals. Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill called the escape beyond unacceptable and said local authorities had waited too long to inform the public. Someone clearly dropped the ball, and there's no excuse for this, Ms. Murrill said in an emailed statement. My office will do whatever it takes to determine how this happened and make sure that it won't happen again. New Orleans Police Department Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said her agency has put a full court effort to respond to the escape and are working with the FBI and U.S. Marshals. It's more than likely that someone had help and they are not running around in a jumpsuit. But if they are, you're going to stand out, she said. Officers were focused on identifying and providing protection for individuals who may have testified in their cases or may be in danger. One family has been removed from their home. Oh, gosh. That poor family. If there is anyone helping or harboring these escapees, you will be charged, Superintendent Kirkpatrick added. So they are still on it looks like they caught like a couple of them. But yeah, they caught a couple of them, but like the majority of them are still out there on the loose. So I will keep y'all updated. I'm going to keep y'all updated the way that I kept y'all updated with all those monkeys that escaped in South Carolina. You remember that story?
I found what I was talking about. Sorry.
Oh.
While you were looking this up, while you've been talking about this, I actually was wondering if maybe I can find the clip on YouTube because I couldn't find it on Google, and I fucking did. I think it might be sped up.
Oh, okay.
But
this is the Dracula scene.
Yeah. Well, it's a collection of scenes from it, but it's pretty short. Is there audio?
Yeah, it has to be.
Top
there.
left. Cool.
It's a toilet. I'm a vampire. Why have you given me a toilet?
Good morning, Count Dracula. How are you settling in?
Well, I have a chemical toilet and this.
You have every book written during your coma and somewhere to sit.
But I need more than books, Zoe.
It's sped up.
Take off your coat and roll up your left sleeve.
Why?
Because I told you to, and I can break you with a sunbeam. I'm coming in. Make any attempt to attack me, and my colleague will fully open the roof and burn you to a crisp. Do you understand?
So you're a doctor this time, are you? I think I preferred the disappointed nun.
I'm a scientist.
Well, that amounts to the same thing.
I'm not Sister Agatha. I'm Dr. Helsing, and I'm the woman in charge of this foundation.
In charge of it?
Oh, of course. I suppose women's rights are just something you slept through.
Women's what? Did you say rights?
You'll get the hang of it.
No. Please try and explain. I missed an entire century. What are rights? Nobody has rights, Zoe. Man, woman, or monster. No one, nowhere. It's just a lunatic fantasy. Why?
It's true.
It's true. What it all comes down to it's true.
No one has rights. No one, nowhere has rights. It's all just a societal construct.
Yep.
Like that is the actual societal construct. At the end of the day, anyone can show up at your house and take away your right of anything. Right, if they so desired, if they had the power to do so, if they had the violent ability to do so, your rights are null and void the moment that person decides to surpass them and usurp them and say fuck your rights, I don't care. Yes, they'll face consequences, but your rights in that moment.
And you have the legal right to defend yourself in that case, but it's like again, like you're gonna instinctually defend yourself.
I need to understand how fucking hilarious our concept of rights are. We have a right to live. We have a right to live.
That's what, yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to take the Reaper to court. But that's not a right. No one has a right to live. They have a right to seek assistance and help, sure. Right? And we as a society facilitate that, that idea. Right? The idea that we should strive to make it so everyone can live as long as they physically can. Right? But at the end of the day, there are no real protections for that right.
I mean, yeah, the state suspends that the moment you get the death penalty, like, which in itself is which is also an abstract concept.
I think Bukele had a really solid take on this, where he basically said that the problem with leftists is that they're constantly trying to protect the rights of the criminal, not the rights of the victim.
Mm-hmm.
And he's basically saying that he doesn't care about your rights if you stomp over the rights of another human being. If you murder or rape someone, then your rights are null and void, basically.
Yeah, he's basically saying I care more about the sovereignty and the dignity and the cohesion and the culture of my society and people over your vague abstraction of quote unquote rights. Like I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about the end result of your philosophy. If it
Yeah.
means if to follow that philosophy means the chaos and destruction of my country and my people. Like, sorry,
Yeah.
my country and my people come before your fucking philosophical underpinnings.
Yeah, and again,
So-
it's a thing. Like rights at the end of the day are something that only blocks the person who's following the rules, right?
Let's think, like, anybody who claims
You
to
can
act.
claim to have a right to live all you want, but nothing is stopping the guy next door from coming over and stabbing you in the throat.
Anyone who claims to act entirely in principle and like maintain those principles and stuff like that is
In the face of reality, is an idiot.
well, they're in a position of extreme privilege for one, because the vast,
Sure.
vast majority of normal people don't have the luxury of living in principle. Most people live in their own moral system, that's usually prescribed by religion, and that proceeds, or not proceeds, that overtakes. It's more important to people than their principle based off of that come from an ideology. Like,
Yeah, and you can tell people don't know what the fuck they're like. You can tell people don't understand how completely like non-existent rights truly are when they say things like, "Oh, people should have a right to food and water."
mm-hmm. Well, I
Like
think
they don't understand that just because you have a right to something does not mean that thing will just magically exist for you, right?
I feel like people who have the luxury to exist and go the day by day living off of principle. Let me see if I can get this thought out coherently. It's like, I maybe I can't because I just lost it. God damn it. Fuck. It's like the principle, and like it's like the principles themselves are like the goal. Like maintaining the ideology and the principles are the goal, whereas normal people see ideology and principles as merely tools that they can use or not use to further their moralities, essentially. Which is why people are tend to be hypocritical about things, because they'll use the tool here, but not over here. They'll use the principle here, but then they'll drop the principle over there. And it's like it's hypocritical. It's like, well, it's consistent with furthering my morality. You know what I mean? Not whereas the quote unquote enlightened principled person, where their morality is the principle. You know what I mean? Which is why they're like totally fine if a nation or a people suffer at the hands of maintaining the consistency of the usage of the application of a principle. And I think a lot of people are kind of, this is where I think a lot of this is kind of like where Christian nationalism is kind of rooted in. I feel like it's because a lot of Christians in America are kind of like realizing that like we're basically getting stuck. We have been stuck unknowingly on this liberal plantation for decades, and it turns out that our moral code, as prescribed in the Bible, is not really doesn't jive very well with liberal principles, essentially. And so you have people like James Lindsay going out there, trying to coin terms like woke right and stuff like that, and spurting out all over the place because he's terrified of the Christians that he's allied himself with abandoning liberalism. And that kind of stuff. You're seeing a lot of that right now. There's this kind of split where it's that like a lot of these left-wing people that were lefties up until they were conservative, a few years ago when the woke movement blew up, are realizing that they allied themselves with people who aren't actually leftist liberals. You know what I mean? And they're trying to keep, Christians and conservatives on this vague, abstract liberal plantation, but the conservatives and the Christians are looking at it going, well, staying on that plantation means the slow erosion of my society and my culture and my people. So we're going to go ahead and reject that and let the chips fall where they may, you know. So the enlightened, principled liberal is freaking out right now because there's a lot of people out there that are basically saying, you know what, your principles and your liberalism is leading to the destruction of my country. So I'm going to go ahead and not be a liberal anymore. And yeah, so I think I got that out kind of okay. Did that make sense, chat? I don't know.
Yes.
Anyway. Okay, so that I did my prison story. What time is it? Okay, we're on the 3-hour mark. We're making pretty good time though, actually. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh man. Why don't we just, because the only, I think, really big story left is the P. Diddy trial.
Okay.
So you want me to go over that? Let me go through that, and then maybe we can speed run the remaining 3.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna speed run the P. Diddy trial. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay, so P. Diddy had his first day in trial, or his first week in court, essentially. He is facing these 5 counts: racketeering conspiracy, which has a maximum penalty of life in prison. Allegations include operating a criminal enterprise through his business empire, engaging in crimes such as sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice from at least 2020 for 2 decades, basically. 2 counts of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Maximum penalty, life in prison per count. Involves allegations of coercing and abusing women, including forcing them into freak-off sex performances with male sex workers, using drugs, violence, and threats to ensure compliance. 1 count relates to victim 1, who is Cassie Ventura. We'll get to her. And others to victim 2 for conduct between, well, for the last 2 days. No, for the last 3 years or so.
3 years.
And then 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So this is very, very similar to sex trafficking. Maximum penalty, 10 years in prison per count. Accuses Combs of transporting individuals across state lines for prostitution, including activities related to the freak-offs. 1 count relates to victim 2, and another to broader activities. So he faces multiple life sentences here. This is a really, really big case. So he had his first week that featured 3 main witnesses in this first week. First, the jury was selected. It was 8 men and 4 women, and I think the reserve was 4 men and 2 women. Those are the replacement justices that are in the reserves. And then I basically they first called. Let's see, where is it? Going. I want to get through this quick. Okay. So they did their opening statements. So the prosecutor is named Johnson here. Describes what the government says was just 1 night in the years of crimes they accused Sean Combs of committing. The mogul had learned that his then-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, was seeing another man. Johnson said, so Combs woke up an employee up and in the middle of the night said he was going to kill the man. They broke into the man's house, but he was not there. Then Combs went looking for Ventura and did what he had done countless times before. He beat her brutally. So let's see. Beginning detail. Then the prosecutor went into detail the freak-offs at the center of the government's case, which are also called Wild King Nights or Hotel Nights. He says Sam Cohen's businesses often paid for expenses associated with these events. Johnson says the 2 women, Cassandra Ventura and another woman referred to by the pseudonym Jane, were directed on what to wear, what drugs to take, and then on every step of the sexual activity. It's this shit gets so wild. It's such a rabbit hole. I mean, you can see, like, I'm scrolling up, but you can see how tiny this. You can't see it on the screen, but this just goes on and on and on and on
Jesus.
and on and on and on. But this goes into, I'll just take a few key ones here. Daniel Philippe. So Daniel Philippe was a male stripper. He was paid to have sexual encounters with Cassandra Ventura while Sean Combs watched. So Sean Combs was literally into NTR. He'd like to.
So Diddy's a cuck.
Yeah, he's a volunteer cuck. Recalls one incident when Ventura was on her computer and Combs yelled at her. What?
He pulled a sneako.
He really did.
She stayed.
Yeah.
Sneako.
Said, babe, come here. She did not come immediately. And Phillips said that Combs threw what he described as a liquor bottle toward her. It flew by her and hit the wall. Combs then dragged Ventura to another room. And Phillips said he heard what sounded like Combs smack her. He testified that he heard Combs say, bitch, when I tell you to come here, you come here now, not later. He said that Combs then told them, are you all ready to continue now? Maureen Comey, one of the prosecutors, asked Daniel Philippe why he didn't call the police when he witnessed this violence. My thought was that this was someone with unlimited power, he replied. And chances are, even if I did go to the police, that I might still end up losing my life. So this guy thought that if he talked, he would die.
Which is fair.
Yeah, which is fair, considering the way this guy is like, there's that famous, the now famous video that came out recently, the security cam video of P. Diddy like throwing Ventura around like next to the elevator bank in the hotel, and he's just like slapping her around and bruising her and throwing her, all this kind of shit. It's crazy. I can't throw it here because it's actually pretty violent. I can't show it on the screen. Let's see. Daniel Philippe, who was paid for sexual encounters with Cassandra Ventura, recalls another time when he heard what sounded like Sean Combs hitting her, and Ventura yelling, I'm sorry. After Combs left the hotel, Ventura ran to Philippe and jumped into his lap. He recalled. She was shaking. I asked her, why is she doing this? Why is she staying with this guy? Philippe testified. I tried to explain to her that she was in real danger if she stayed with him. We had expected that Cassandra Ventura might testify today. Okay, yeah. So so there was another one. There was also this lady who was called, and she was like a security guard who responded to one of like somebody complaining about like what sounded like domestic violence in like the next hotel room over, and so she responded and kind of gave similar testimony to this Philip guy, and then they brought Ventura to the stand herself, and this is where it got really wild. So first they get into the freak-offs. Let's see. Stock the hotel rooms in advance with the required freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. The first thing that was done, actually, though, was she basically shot down the accusation of drugs in the freak-off oil, because initially there's allegations that the date rape drug was like ground up and added into the oil, and she said that didn't happen. That was like one of the first things she did, actually. Then she goes into his drug use. Combs once overdosed on painkillers. Was asked by the defense attorney Anna Estavio if her ex's mood swings were connected to pills. Ventura said that was a part. Asked earlier the day if she thought Combs was a drug addict, she said, I would say he was an addict. And her answer was yes when asked if Combs became angry or volatile when he was going through withdrawal. I'm not a doctor, she said, but coming off of certain pills, he would be pretty irritated. Then they did a recess. And then she says she participated in hundreds of freak-offs with Diddy. It's impossible to know how many freak-offs she took part in with Combs. She said it was hundreds. She alleged that her ex had filmed the sexual performances to use as blackmail against her. She said she told her that he was going to release them and put her career in jeopardy. He would mention them when he was upset about something. It was just a pretty common thing, Ventura said. I feared for my career. I feared for my family. Just embarrassing, all of it. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone. Let's see. She then alleged that Diddy raped her in 2018 when she was already with her future husband, Alex Fine. So she added a rape charge to the list. Let's see. It says freak-offs gave her UTIs, other physical ailments. And it just goes on and on.
One hand I feel bad for. On the other hand, how do you pick up this woman and go, yeah, I'll marry you.
Oh yeah, she's like broken for life. Are you kidding me? Allegedly told Cassie Ventura that she couldn't leave him during the hotel attack. So this is like very much like Stockholm syndrome, gaslighting kind of scenarios going on here, where like she's got obvious bruises all over her body from him punching her and throwing her and stuff like that. Cassie said that Sean Combs attacked her in a hotel hallway because she left a freak off. So this is the one that has the video that was published by CNN.
Yeah.
I chose to leave, she said. I got out and Sean followed me into the hallway and grabbed me, shoved me to the ground, kicked me, dragged me back to the room, and took my stuff. If I pleased him with a freak off, then my premiere would run smoothly, she said. He gave her a black eye, she continued, and at this point, all I could think about was getting out of there safely. I had my premiere, and I didn't want to mess it up. She didn't want him to do any more damage than he had already done. You know, she was forced to take drugs during the freak-offs. Mess of oil, urine, and blood after freak-offs. Like,
oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so she basically had to sit there and, like, because remember, like, Sean would literally be sitting in the cuck chair, basically directing everything that was happening to her. And he would frequently have, like, the dude, like, piss on her and stuff like that. It was a
fucking black man and pissing kinks, bro.
I know, like, it's just fucking R. Kelly over again. Wanted baby oil glistening during freak-offs and stuff, so we get into the baby oil stuff, but became a job for her, and it just goes on and on, violent arguments, physical abuse, and stuff like that. Now, yeah, this is, yeah, see, like you see, it just keeps going and going and going and going and going. I've read all of this, but here's my thing about this, though. I'm actually not super interested in this. I'm not super interested in his relationship with his ex-girlfriend and domestic violence and all that kind of stuff. I'm mostly interested in the sex trafficking and not P. Diddy's side of it. Obviously, if you're sex trafficking, you have clients. I want to know who the clients were. That's what I'm interested in. I am interested in...
That's what everyone is interested in.
Yes, that's what I want to know. Because it's very, very Epstein-esque, isn't it? I mean, I bet you that the overlap between the Epstein list, if you draw a Venn diagram of people on the Epstein list and people on the Diddy list, there's probably like a good 70% overlap there.
I was going to say, you'd probably have a circle.
Close to a circle. I wouldn't say entirely a circle. I have a feeling that Diddy was more focused on the entertainment industry. You know, whether it be music or movies and stuff like that, Hollywood, that kind of stuff. Whereas I feel like Epstein was focused on just celebrity in general. Like I think he had a lot more politicians in his pocket, probably. I bet that a lot of people participated in Diddy, like local politicians, and I'm sure some politicians. Again, I'm sure there's overlap there, but I feel like Epstein was a more global operation, and it had. I mean, freaking Prince Andrew was directly like admitted to having sex with a minor from Epstein encounters. You know what I mean? Like I bet Prince Andrew didn't attend a Diddy freak off. You know what I mean? Like it's not the same.
You never know, man.
You never know, but it's not quite the same clientele. I feel like, and that's what I'm really interested in, because Sean, like P. Diddy's defense attorney, the defense is basically like two things. It's either everybody else is doing it as well, so it's no big deal, which is like, well,
okay.
It's like you're going to catch a RICO case if you keep saying that kind of stuff. And or this is all like private sex life kind of stuff. This is just lifestyle stuff. It might be gross and degenerate and awful, but it's not illegal. Like, you know what I mean? But it's like, well, you know.
Yes, it is though.
yes, exactly. It's like, yeah, it is though. It totally is.
Yeah, my kink is rape. Like, yeah, no, shut up, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're saying that like all the sex was consensual and stuff like that, so none of it's illegal. It's just like
Well,
she wanted to leave. She wanted to leave the sex, and he literally chased her out into the hallway and beat her up, and then dragged her back into the room so she would keep having sex. Like that doesn't sound like consent to me. You know? So I don't know. This guy's got a real uphill battle here. So that's where it's at now. The trial is set to resume on Tuesday. But I'm mostly
interested. Everyone does it. Who else does it?
Yeah, exactly. Who else does it? Suddenly the whole narrative.
Go on.
Suddenly the narrative flips and Diddy becomes a fucking informant. But yeah, so right now they're just going over like the more personal stuff, really. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna have to get to the sex trafficking stuff at some point.
Diddy will rat?
Do I think Diddy will rat? Yeah.
I'm putting it on my bingo card.
I think he would. I think he would. I mean, his whole thing, because she's alleging that he made her do the freak offs as a means of blackmailing her. You know what I mean? So if his whole thing is blackmailing, he's absolutely in the mindset to basically take everyone down with him. You know what I mean? Like, I did this to basically hold power over you. So if I'm going down, I'm taking you motherfuckers with me. I mean, if I had like a magic folder with all the dirt, all the disgusting dirt on all these powerful people, and I was going down, you bet your ass I would take them down with me. Are you kidding me?
I don't know, man. Who knows?
Who knows? We shall find out. But that's where it stands. If you want all the juicy details, you can go online. It's all out there.
If he rats, he's fucking dead.
That's true. That's also true.
And he knows that.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
So the question is, will Diddy take butt fucks in prison over?
Yeah. Man. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. There's the chance that this trial, because this is already pretty like really juicy stuff, pun intended. You know, but like the real explosive stuff could be with the sex trafficking stuff, and I don't know if that's gonna. We just don't know if it's gonna happen. P. Diddy's got a way in his mind. It's like he's got a bad. He's got a bad.
Right. If he even tries to fucking rat, he will be found alone in his cell with the security cameras mysteriously ceasing to function.
Yeah,
you're so fucking correct.
Yeah. I mean, it happened to Epstein. Yeah, we'll see. I don't.
It happened to the girl that accused Epstein.
I mean, there could also be like backroom deals. Like
it happened to John McAfee.
McAfee, yeah, it happened to McAfee. You know, it's just like, I mean, who knows? He could go into witness protection. You know, we don't know where this thing is going to go, but hopefully he stays alive the whole time. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell is rotting in prison right now. Remember Epstein's assistant? So, who knows? Who knows? I mean, if we can't get the Epstein list, can we at least get the Diddy list? Because that's like a lot of the Epstein list. Let's be real. You know?
Yeah.
So. All right. That's my rapid fire. Everything you have left is next.
Alrighty.
So
Let's
you can
start with this one. I actually have an extra one for you.
Okay.
Well, let's see if we have time. Start with this.
We have we're okay. We're doing okay. I think we can do this in 4 hours.
All right. Annabelle on tour? Why the allegedly haunted doll from Connecticut has been viral on TikTok.
That's what it was.
That my wife sent me.
Okay, what is this? What is this?
This past weekend, videos of allegedly haunted Annabelle doll racked up millions of views on TikTok. The TikTok account of paranormal investigator and former host of A&E's Paranormal State, Ryan Daniel Buell, posted a series of videos of the doll being transported and unveiled at the West Virginia State Penitentiary over the weekend. A collection of 4 videos posted by Buell amassed a large number of views. One of the videos, which shows the team moving her into the West Virginia State Penitentiary, racked up 9.8 millions of views. And more than 430,000 likes as of May 13th.
Holy shit.
Yeah. The Annabelle doll was the former Munnsville, West Virginia, was at the former Munnsville, West Virginia prison as part of the Devils on the Run tour, which seized items from the Warren's Cult Museum collection in Monroe, including Annabelle, travel around the country. WVP Lockdown with Annabelle was held at the allegedly haunted penitentiary on May 8th through 11th.
So it's like a haunting tour? Is that like what this is?
I know. So the thing with Annabelle is that you're not supposed to open it, and it hasn't been opened in forever.
So it's like in this box
doll,
here is what you're talking about.
Yeah. So the whole thing with this haunted doll is that the devil is in the doll.
Okay.
And if you open the box, the devil will be let out, not just out of the doll, but out of the box in general.
Right.
And will be free to roam. So you're not supposed to open the box.
Okay.
They open the box.
But they're doing it inside of prisons?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but like I wouldn't those are the last people I'd want the devil to be possessing.
But yeah, they opened the box. And they're like, "Oh my god, quick, close it." As if like unsealing the box in the first place wasn't the problem.
Yeah, you broke the seal. Like you can't just close the seal. Like that's not how curses and hauntings work.
Yeah, other places you can find Annabelle are New Orleans and San Antonio this week, as well as dates in Illinois, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. The Annabelle doll was given as a gift to a Hartford nurse in 1970. Once she brought it home, she and her roommates reported unexplained behavior coming from the toy. According to the New England Society for Psychic Research, NESPR, a paranormal research organization started by Connecticut's Ed and Lorraine Warren, it was said to have moved on its own, and in one instance allegedly attacked the fiancé of one of the owners.
Wow.
The Warrens were called in to investigate, and they claimed the doll was being manipulated by the spirit of an outside entity.
So it went literally Chucky.
Yeah. After an exorcism at the apartment, the couple agreed to take the doll. The doll remains in the care of the museum, where it is behind a locked case with a sign made by Ed Warren that reads, "Positively do not open." The doll was the basis of the Annabelle movies, which are part of the larger Conjuring universe of movies.
Oh, I've never seen them, but I know vaguely about them.
Currently, no event scheduled for Annabelle to appear at in Connecticut. Okay. While the Warrens Occult Museum remains closed and unavailable to the general public, items in the museum have toured around the country for those interested in the occult. The Warren Seekers of the Supernatural Paracon, NESPR's annual convention with items from the Occult Museum, has not announced its dates for 2025, but has previously been held at Mohegan Sun.
If the museum doesn't open to the public, that's not a museum, it's just a warehouse.
Well, you should be able to look up the TikToks and see the silly videos of them like moving the doll and like taking it out and put it back in and closing it and shit. It's very stupid.
Okay.
It's very stupid, and it completely like, if you truly believe this thing is haunted,
you wouldn't be treating it like this.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. But yeah, you can probably find them if you want to look for them. I'm gonna go grab the next story though.
Okay.
This is the one that I really wanted to cover, and I think you're gonna like it too.
Yeah, the last three are all ones that I want you to cover. Okay. What is this?
New club Granny Grinders opens in Oregon with 65 plus dancers, bingo, and 0 teeth required.
Oh man, they got them DSLs.
Mm-hmm. You mean the DSGs?
DSG's gums. Yeah. The safest blowjob you could possibly get, chat.
Let's scroll down. Residents were once again left clutching their pearls this week after hearing rumors about yet another offbeat strip club opening in their neighborhood. But this time, it's not pregnant women causing a stir. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have...
What?
Mm-hmm. It's Grandmothers. The new establishment opening just outside of downtown Springfield is called Granny Grinders, and it promises premium entertainment for patrons who like their lap dances with a side of Metamucil.
Oh my god, dude.
The club's main requirement for performers, every dancer must be at least 65 years old.
You know what this reminds me of?
Owner,
You know how the Japanese have like little niche cafes? It's like a cat cafe. Or in some cases, like in Korea, they've had like little Nazi cafes and stuff like that.
yeah.
That's what this reminds me of. It's like the American version of that. Of course, it'd be a strip club instead of a cafe.
So, club owner Buck Jackson, 56, says this is the natural evolution of adult entertainment. People laughed when I opened the pregnant one over 10 years ago. Can you click on that real quick?
Oh, it's the same guy?
It's the same fucking guy.
Baby bumpers.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I have a particular take on this. And that is that if you are pregnant and you do porn while pregnant, you should be charged with a child sex crime.
I could see it. I could see that. By the way, this building looks like at least one person has been murdered inside of it.
Oh, for sure. I think it is absolutely fucking vile.
Yeah.
That people will record porn of themselves while they're literally,
It should
in
be
the process of creating a child.
It should be child abuse.
Yeah, absolutely.
Prenatal child abuse.
Because you are using, or at least child endangerment. Yeah, you are using a child for the sake of sexually explicit material, and this is one of those case scenarios where the sole purpose of you making the sexual material is because you're pregnant, because you're carrying a child. This is vile and disgusting, and in a way that is like just very deeply wrong. Can you imagine, like, growing up and finding out that your mom did porn while you were inside of her?
Not only that, but, like, how does this even last as a business model? They have to be at least 6 months pregnant? That means that they're employed for a maximum of 3 months. Like, the turnover rate is insane. Like, how are they going to keep convincing... There's no way that there is enough pregnant women
This is one of those things where you open it for a little while, make a bunch of bank, and you close it.
Yeah, there's no way this business survives. Andre Nicotina's club, known as Nikki's Gentleman's Club on Main Street in Springfield, Oregon. Man, just don't live in a leftist shithole state, chat. Just don't do it. Move to Florida.
Fucking disgusts me. Yeah, but then politicians would have to admit that an unborn child is in fact a real child. Here's the thing, the politicians that would have a problem with this are the same politicians that already say that.
Yep, exactly.
That's the thing. And here's the thing. Normally, I don't agree. But, well, here's the thing, right? I think they're absolutely fucking correct in calling an unborn child a real child. And that being said, I don't agree with anti-abortion laws. Anyone that knows me knows I'm very much pro-abortion. I'm all for killing babies, right? But I'd rather you kill babies and do porn with them. I don't think that's a crazy take.
I'll have to think about that more. I wasn't expecting to. I wasn't expecting to ponder this topic today.
So people laughed when I opened the pregnant one over 10 years ago. Jackson told That Oregon Life, sipping a lukewarm Coors Banquet from a travel mug with #1 dad Sharpie on the side. Said I was crazy. Said no one would pay to see third trimester twerking. But Baby Bumpers was packed wall to wall with dudes who never even held a baby. Now I'm doubling down. If folks lined up for swollen ankles, wait till they see a woman drop it low and then need help getting back up. Jackson says the idea came to him while visiting his aunt at a local retirement home. That is fucked up. You visit your fucking aunt, the first thing you think about is your aunt swimming like your aunt fucking stripping? I walked into that place and thought, damn, these ladies still got it. Ethel winked at me during Wheel of Fortune, and I just knew. You know what? Okay, I take it back. That's fair.
I was gonna say,
it wasn't the aunt. It was the other ladies, and I get it.
And if you know anything about old folks' homes, they be fucking like a lot. They'll never tell it to you, but old people in old folks' homes, they be getting around. That's real, chat.
What? The building that was House Granny Grinders was once a video rental store, then a vape shop, and then a failed axe-throwing studio. Now it's being reborn with a velvet wallpaper, heavy curtains, and bingo tables that double as dance stages.
You should have axe throwing at your arcade.
Nah, it's too much risk.
That's true.
Lap dances and life alerts. The club will feature themed nights such as bingo and boobs Tuesdays, Matlock and milkshakes Fridays, and the increasingly popular no teeth, no problem Wednesdays. I hate that he didn't do Matlock and milkshake Mondays.
Right?
Like, none of these have, like, the full alliteration. That pisses me off.
Matlock is a great show, by the way. Matlock is one...
dentures...
Yeah.
The problem is where dentures are optional, and where those originals are complimentary. Each performance is expected to last about 3 to 5 minutes, or until the dancer needs to sit down. The pole has been reinforced with rebar and prayer. Reactions. One local man, who asked not to be named, but smelled faintly of cigars and regret, said he plans to become a regular donor to the cause. I like him wise, he said, pausing for dramatic effect. And I love bingo. This is honestly perfect.
I mean, you know what? Fair enough.
I like the pause for dramatic effect. I like 'em wise. And I love bingo. This is honestly perfect. Others weren't as excited. A woman walking her dog near the building scoffed and said, I mean, it's Springfield, so nothing shocks me anymore. Last week, someone tried to sell me a goat on OfferUp and threw in a free vape. What the fuck? Position's still open. Jackson says they're currently hiring and encourages all interested performers to apply as long as they can provide proof of age or physically capable. Provide proof of age. Sounds like something you'd do for, like, you gotta be at least 18. But no, this is for grannies now. You gotta be at least 65.
So if they're 64 and you got all the wrinkles of the world, they'll kick you out.
And can yell bingo without choking on a butterscotch candy. We've got a nurse on call, cushioned flooring, and a buffet that starts at 3 p.m. sharp. Jackson added, it's basically a strip club meets Shady Pines. Fuck, that's funny.
This is one of those... See, this
I like. I like this. I like this. This is good. The last one, fucking horrible. You should go to jail for a few years for that one. But this one, I like it. I'm in. I'd go.
Well, we know that you're like you're a wrinkle enjoyer.
All right, here's another. So I didn't give you any context on this one. When I said the American reality TV show, what came to mind for you? Do you know anything about this?
I know what it is. Yes. When you said what it is, yeah, I already knew what it was. But it is like, yeah. This is amazing. I want it to happen so bad.
Same. A reality show where immigrants compete for U.S. citizenship? DHS is considering it. A spokeswoman for the Department of Homeland Security said the agency was happy to review out-of-the-box pitches.
Imagine a government-funded reality show in which immigrants are pitted against each other to gain citizenship in the United States.
It's so fucked. It's so fucked.
It's so fucked, but I love it. all reality TV is fucked.
That's true. Department of Homeland Security is considering taking part in a television show that would have immigrants go through a series of challenges to get American citizenship, officials said on Friday. The challenges would be based on various American traditions and customs, said Tricia McLaughlin, a spokeswoman, I've read that name before, for the agency. She said the department was still reviewing the idea, which was pitched by a producer named Rob Warsoff. The pitch generally was a celebration of being an American and what a privilege it is to be able to be a citizen of the United States of America. Ms. McLaughlin said, it's important to revive civic duty.
They're going to have, like, English-speaking contests and...
Yeah, probably. Dude, if it's just basically like a citizenship test in the form of a game, that's actually kind of awesome.
Yeah,
Um,
like we get entertained. They actually have to earn their citizenship. Everybody wins. Well, except
Yep.
the losers of the show, I guess.
True. She said, sorry, I can't breathe. She said the agency was happy to review out-of-the-box pitches, particularly those that celebrate what it means to be an American. The project was reported earlier by the Daily Mail. Mr. Warsaw, 49-year-old Canadian-American, said he first thought of the idea during his own naturalization process. He said that immigrants in the show would compete in challenges in various states. He said that one challenge could be highlighting NASA in Texas or Florida, and seeing which immigrant could assemble and launch a rocket first. There would also be trivia or civic challenges. The show would end with someone being sworn in as a U.S. citizen, Mr. Warsaw said. We need a national conversation of what it means to be an American, he said. We need to be reminded of how proud and how much of an honor it is to be an American. Mr. Warsaw said no one would be penalized in their immigration process or deported as a result. I think it's nonsense because of what's going on. Because what's going to happen is we're going to get to know these people and their stories and their journeys, and we're celebrating them as humans, he said. We're putting a face to these people, to their journey. Mr. Warsaw said the actual details of what would happen in the show would depend on what TV networks wanted, what the Department of Homeland Security could do. He said that he had pitched the idea to the agency before, including in 2012. Under Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, the agency has often focused on publicity and reality TV tactics to showcase President Trump's hardline immigration policies. Ms. McLaughlin said the TV pitch had not yet reached the level of Ms. Noem. She said on social media that the department receives hundreds of television show pitches a year. What? Including for documentaries about border operations and white-collar investigations.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. People want to do documentaries all the time about the border.
Breathe. Each proposal undergoes a thorough vetting process prior to denial or approval, Ms. McLaughlin added. The department has worked with filmmakers and programming in the past. 2017, during the first Trump administration, the agency allowed documentary filmmakers extensive access to operations conducted by immigration and customs enforcement officials for a program called Immigration Nation. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, number one...
So there is precedent for this to exist. There is precedent for this to happen.
Well, number one, Trump is no stranger to reality TV, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, the thing is that reality TV is anything but real. It's extremely scripted. And the whole thing about, this is like, humanizing these people and all this other kind of stuff. It's like, it's a PR stunt. I mean, let's be real here.
Yeah.
It's a PR stunt. That's, But here's the thing. If they just take it and they lean into all the most stereotypical shit about America, like eating, you go across middle America, and there's all these restaurants that have these eating challenges and stuff like that,
Yeah.
how you do that kind of stuff. You do maybe you do the rocket kind of stuff, whatever they had, just lean into every,
Whoever makes the most progress on some crazy eating challenge wins.
Yeah,
It just can't be. It can't be that this. Actually, you know what? I think it would actually be kind of cool to watch. Because I was gonna say it can't be like the Reaper, so the guy that invented the Carolina Reaper, he has a spicy pepper event that he does, where he basically does eating competitions where people eat progressively spicier and spicier peppers that he's concocted, because he's concocted spicier peppers than Carolina Reapers.
Right.
But
like a million Jason Scovilles or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it can't be that because they're Mexican and they're all gonna be good at it. But then I thought about it and I was like, actually, I think that would make it funnier.
It would make it funnier
because they wouldn't just fucking cry at the first one. They'd actually we'd get to see what the average Mexican can handle spice wise compared to professionals, right? And that would be interesting because I understand. I always thought Mexicans liking spicy food was a stereotype. I didn't know it was real. Whenever people's parents come over, they bring peppers.
They actually just bring their own spicy shit to just add to whatever.
Yeah, because they know that we don't cook spicy food here because I'm white.
Yeah, we're Cuban. Cuban doesn't do spicy. Yeah.
We don't do spicy. We do have spices in our food, but we don't do spices. So Caribbean food typically revolves around sweets, right?
Yeah.
Like plantains are sweet,
right?
For example, right? It's a very popular thing to eat. But But for them, it's peppers. And she was telling me how at family gatherings, like growing up, like her parents would buy like really spicy peppers, like ghost peppers, and you know, I don't think they've done reapers. And then they'd pass them around to like to see like who would like who could handle a spicy pepper. And like this is just like a thing. This is just a thing that they do. They just eat spicier peppers just for fun.
Yeah, like
right?
let them do it.
So I think that would be fun to watch.
There's a lot of things you could do. Like you gotta have some kind of shooting competition. You know what I mean? Like if you're an American, you gotta have something related to guns.
For sure.
I mean, you let me brainstorm more. Like there's all kinds of things you can come up with this idea, and it's just like you could just have it as just like be. I don't know, like because I feel like in the end you just give everybody their citizenship because you just take people, like maybe you just enter them, like they voluntarily can enter themselves into a lottery. A lottery gets them on the show or something like that, or maybe the lottery gets them like into the running for the show, and then they like because the way that because you have to remember that the reality TV shows are very, very controlled in who they cast. I don't know.
There is a lottery in Cuba called the Bumble.
Okay. What do you win?
I don't know. Here it is. Cuban lottery program Bumble.
Bumble?
Yeah. In 1994, the U.S. I can't breathe. Hold on.
Take a drink or something. You're okay.
No. I need to use my nebulizer very soon.
Oh, okay.
But in 1994, the U.S. adopted a lottery system by which persons who did not qualify as refugees or immigrants could seek to enter the U.S. The system was unique to Cuba and separate from the worldwide diversity visa lottery, for which Cubans were also eligible. SPCM lottery open seasons were held in 1994, 1996, 1998. The program still exists but has not been used since 1998. Lottery participants submitted biographical information, and submissions were randomly drawn to select winners. Lottery winners were eligible to apply for parole. So basically, they had a lottery to immigrate into the U.S.
Yeah.
And fun fact, this is actually how my mom got into the U.S.
Really? She won that lottery?
Yep. And what's crazy is she didn't sign up for it. Her cousin signed her up for it.
Oh,
her cousin signed up the whole family for it. She didn't want to come to the U.S. She liked her life in Cuba because she was like pretty well maintained. She was like the little princess of the house, and she had everything given to her, which is why she's a fucking spoiled brat as an adult. But yeah, and her cousin signed up like the whole family basically, and it just so happens that my mom won it. She can't just give it away because it's very specifically like based on your biographical information. It's you, right? Like you're selected as a winner personally, right? You can't just give that to someone else. So she and basically her family was like, "We'll fucking hate you if you don't take this." So she took it.
Yeah, I get it.
And she came to the U.S.
That's wild.
With my dad. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Pretty crazy.
Let's.
Apparently, I didn't know that they only did this 3 different years. That's crazy lucky.
That is crazy lucky. That means that's like 3 people in the whole country. And your mom was one of them. That's incredibly lucky. No, let's do it. Let's just start a lottery system that enrolls people immigrating who are doing it the right way. They're not, illegally crossing or anything. And into the show, it's voluntary lottery, and then we'll just basically use it as like essentially a propaganda campaign, as an American propaganda campaign.
Rose is basically a second generation rare gotcha pull. I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you are.
But yeah, that is a crazy thing to think about.
Mm-hmm.
If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have been bored.
That's wild.
Anyways, I have one last story.
One last one.
This is the last minute one.
Yep.
That I actually grabbed this morning.
Yeah, I found that prison break story just like an hour or so before we went live.
Yeah, this was from yesterday though.
Okay. Oh, this isn't the McDonald's. Okay.
Wait, did I miss the McDonald's one?
Yeah, you haven't done the McDonald's one.
Oh, where the
What?
fuck is it? I don't have it. Did my wife not send me the McDonald's one? Hold on. No. Let me find it. We'll do this one, then we'll do the McDonald's one. That'll be the last one. There it is. I do have it.
You want to do that one?
Well, let's do this one first. Let me do the McDonald's. Because you already have pulled up.
Okay.
Bam. I sent it back to my wife. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Bam. Alrighty. Woman in viral transparent phone video reveals truth about mysterious product.
I never saw this.
Video went viral, showing a woman standing in line holding what appeared to be a completely clear smartphone with no images or UI visible to the person filming. Strange. She has some sort of future phone.
No,
You scroll down.
I'm resizing so the chat can read it. Okay. I don't know
While the clip has spread across multiple social media platforms, it was originally posted by TikTok user @GPT, racking up over 26 million views in just 2 days.
Sorry.
Whoa.
Sorry. Okay.
Well, go up. 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 Up.
There.
Up. Up. Viewers instantly took to the comments, curious to know what the new transparent tech was. Some surmised that it was a prototype for a new phone that hadn't yet been released to the public. Others were convinced that it was a clever edit. You should click on the video.
Yeah, let me click on this. Maybe. Not gonna load.
Please load. Please.
Hang on, let me... That works.
No.
Can I go?
You might have to just Google it.
Thank you. This? Can I...
Or YouTube. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on, let's see if I find it on YouTube. I bet I can find it on YouTube.
I'm going through my ad blockers and stuff like that because I'm wondering if that's affecting it. Yeah, it's not coming up. Crap. Okay. When was the original video?
Well, it's right there.
Ask Cat GPT.
Yeah.
Ask Cat GPT. Clear phone video. Okay, here we go. Got it. So here's the original video on TikTok here.
Yeah. She's like actually like swiping on it.
But it doesn't show anything happening on the screen though.
No. But she's actually swiping on us. People are like, what the fuck? Completely clear phone spot in San Francisco? I can't breathe. However, it turns out that it wasn't either of those things. Instead, the rectangle of clear plastic was just that. A clear plastic rectangle meant to mimic the feel and shape of a smartphone. A viral clear smartphone isn't a phone at all. ChatGPT, the woman who was filmed, standing in line, explained that, wait, so she herself posted the video?
Yeah, it's on her account.
Explain the situation of follow-up video on May 15th. What the, hold on. Go up a second. She posted herself using the thing and then was like, oh my god, clear phone? She herself did this?
Yeah.
People are stupid.
Like the whole thing was an act.
Yeah, the woman who was filmed is the owner?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
This situation follow-up, according to the TikToker, the methaphone was created by her friend to replicate what it feels like to hold a smartphone in your hand in an effort to help curb phone addiction. He told me that what he wanted was, what he wanted to test was if we were all so addicted to our phones then could you potentially curb somebody's addiction by replacing the feeling of having a phone in your pocket with something that feels exactly the same? She mused. This little piece of acrylic feels like physically, like a physical artifact that directly responds to this collective tension we all feel about how our devices, which are meant to make us more connected, are actually having the exact opposite effect.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it is true that like the more and more technologically adept we become, the more and more atomized we seem to be getting.
Yeah. Viewers, however, weren't convinced that having a physical replacement phone would actually do anything to stop them from endlessly doom scrolling on social media. Nobody's addicted to holding phones or addicted to the apps, one commented.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's pointless. Yeah, it's true. Essentially, a piece of acrylic that you're trying to make have a deeper meaning than just being a piece of plastic, another said. So it's a piece of glass. Quipped. The Methaphone was successfully backed by Indiegogo for $1,100, and the campaign has since been closed. You fucking made money.
How many little clear plastic rectangles can you print or get made for $1,100? I wonder.
It'll be the first phone-related addiction suppression tool to make it into mainstream. It isn't the first time someone has tried to stop an addiction by replacing it with the feeling of something similar. For instance, foam is a device that replicates the feeling of smoking. Yeah, okay, whatever. This is retarded.
I mean, I can appreciate the mindset, but this is just a clearly dumb idea that wouldn't work.
I hate the part. Wait, hold on. Stop. Go down. Go down. Replacing the feeling. Hold on. Go up. Stop a second. Wait, what's the part I'm looking for? No, go down a little bit. Down more? No, never mind. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking for anymore. I've lost it.
God, 26 million views in 2 days.
Go down again? What the fuck? Where's the thing I read? Go down? I must be just going over it. Hold on, stop. It should be in this section. Hold on. Oh, there it is. That direct response is collective tension that we all feel about how our devices.
Directly response to this collective tension we all feel about how our devices, which are meant to make us more connected, are actually having the exact opposite effect. But here's the thing, though, is that, like, you're still paying attention to this little piece of plastic. You're still atomizing. Yeah, you're still atomizing yourself away from the people around you.
But it's not actually distracting you, though. Like, you're just swiping on it and looking like a fucking idiot. And looking around like, man, this sucks.
This is nothing more than a fidget spinner. What this is.
Yeah.
It's a dumber fidget spinner. So, yeah, that's retarded. The fact that they got $1,100 for it, I mean, this isn't a whole lot, honestly, but, like, still, they shouldn't have even gotten that much. Like, this is obviously a dumb idea from the beginning. Anyway.
Why is it called methaphone?
Maybe it's like meth addict, but then phone. I don't know. I was thinking that too. Like, what words are they trying to mash together here to make this word? You know, like met. No, that's what I can. That's the only thing. The only two things I can come up with is like methane, as in methane gas, but it's like that's obviously not it. And then meth.
Methamphetamines.
Methamphetamines, yeah. Methane phone.
Where is that? Start with meth.
Anyway.
Methodist? Methanol?
Methodist?
Methodizing?
I have no idea. Anyway.
Methemoglobin?
Let's hey, we need to get the night over. So let's talk about
Yeah,
McDonald's and let's get our clips of the week and get out of here.
Bet. I already sent to you, so you're good.
Yep, I got it. I am pulling it up now. All right.
You want to read this? I can't breathe.
I got you. Yeah, I was gonna say I'll read this one because you're having trouble. Pull up your clip of the week in the meantime. McDonald's location in U.S. bans anyone under 21 from entering due to, quote, student violence. Now, in order to enter the premises from Monday to Friday, customers have to ring a doorbell. An employee can then permit a person to enter. Who the fuck goes into a McDonald's anymore? McDonald's restaurant in Virginia has banned customers under the age of 21 years old from eating inside due to student violence. Local media reported on Sunday about the news policy after a sign posted on the door read, due to repeated incidents of student violence, the location is temporarily closed for dine-in service to anyone under 21 years of age. Damn, it's becoming the McDonald's is the new Waffle House. The Fairfax County McDonald's is located near a high school in the Franconia neighborhood. 7 News reported last week. One customer, Robert Hankoski, told the publication that he has frequented the restaurant for breakfast every morning, and that, okay, to be fair, the coffee at McDonald's was actually pretty good, and that the issue has been manifesting probably over 10 years. He said high school students, quote, routinely trash the bathroom, start fights in dining area, and generally provide an unpleasant experience for everyone. The fighting is a problem, and they're pretty brazen. The management tries to step in, and these kids are pretty violent. And let's be honest, they're young adults. They're just trying to stop the violence because it's not fair to any other customer who comes in for a sandwich, a hardworking person, and they got to put up with a bunch of idiots, he said. In a video shared with news outlet NBC4, students are fighting and screaming inside the McDonald's. These kids are off the chain. God, who the fuck still says that?
That's not what off the chain means.
I know. Off the chain is a good thing. Like, they have no respect, no discipline. One customer who identified herself as Stacy told NBC, of course, her name is Stacy. And it seemed like now their parents are allowing them to act. This is a black woman. This is definitely a black woman. How they acting? That's inner city speak right there.
Yeah.
She said when she visited the location to eat with her grandchildren, some students were... What?
I said she was an old lady.
Were smoking and drinking and swearing. In 2023, according to Fox 5, two teens discharged a gun in the bathroom of the McDonald's. There were no injuries. Officers later charged one teen with carrying a concealed weapon and possession of a firearm on school property. Another teen was charged with carrying a concealed weapon, brandishing, and reckless charge. I think it means discharge of a firearm, Fox 5 reported. Now, in order to enter the premise on from Monday to Friday, customers have to ring a doorbell. An employee can then permit a person to enter. Meanwhile, Fox 8 reported, drive-through and mobile ordering options are still available for all ages. McDonald's responded with a statement. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I swear, like, I know that there are fast food locations out there now that are literally just a drive-through. Like, they don't even have dine-in anymore, because it's just a waste of space, essentially. Because like hardly anybody goes inside anymore, and you have to clean it and you have to maintain it, and it's just like this massive overhead that it's just losing money for every location that has it at this point. Let's see. We love being a part of the Edison community, and we value each and every customer. We've enhanced our Franconia Road McDonald's security measures in an effort to promote a safe environment for our customers and staff. This policy was developed in partnership with local school officials with oversight from local law enforcement. This serves as a temporary fix as we work towards a long-term solution for all.
The final solution for us all.
Yeah, waiting for the kids to grow the fuck up and get out of town. We thank our community for its support, understanding, and patience. Fairfax County Public Schools said in a statement to 7 News that students who leave campus during the school day without a parent checkout will receive an unexcused absence. FCPS encourages families to talk to their students about appropriate conduct, including in the community. By talk, I think you mean like a right and a left. Some kids just need a whooping.
Real.
That's funny. This is not what I thought. I thought that this was going to be, there's a McDonald's that decided to start serving alcohol. That's what I thought this was going to be.
No.
But yeah, it looks like McDonald's is the new Waffle House, chat. Keep up. We're going to see all because it's like
I sent you 2 clips of the week.
Okay, because like all the fights that happen, they're either in a Waffle House or they're in like a Popeyes. That's where all the fast food fights happen. Or Arby's. Arby's is another place where they happen. Okay, I only have 1 clip of the week. So let me bring up yours. Or one of yours first.
Wait. Before you play it. I don't know if there's lyrics.
Oh, no. Oh.
I don't know if there's lyrics. I don't remember now. I watched it, and I feel like there isn't lyrics, but there might be. You'll find out really quickly. Actually, no. Correction. I know for a fact there's lyrics.
So I probably shouldn't play this.
Hold on. I think you can play it up until the 1 point.
What's 1 point?
I'll up until the point where he starts chanting.
Give me a timestamp. I need a timestamp here.
Okay, let me go pull it up first. Hold on. Let me go listen to it myself, real quick.
This is hilarious too, by the way, because I have seen like this song, by the way, is going nuts around the world. I've seen TikTok videos of it getting played in like super busy like nightclubs all across like the Southeast Asia, like in Thailand and stuff, and Vietnam. I've seen it getting played in jazz clubs, stuff like that. Like, this song's a hit, chat. How far are we going?
Okay, up until the 1 minute mark.
Wow, I got a whole minute?
You
Wow.
get a whole minute.
You got a whole minute. You think the YouTube AI will identify it?
No, it sounds so different.
Man, these people took my kids from me, then they closed my bank account. I got so much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Thinking I'm stuck in a matrix with a box for nitrous. Yes, I am a cuck, I like when people fuck on my bitch.
I am liking and bookmarking this.
I'm driving on chrome Maybach with all
who's talking about the timer?
I still can't get my kids back. With all the money and fame, I still don't get to see my children. Niggas see my Twitter, but they don't see how I be feeling. So I became a Nazi. Yeah, bitch, I'm the villain.
Okay.
You can
I'm
pause,
something
you can
there.
You can pause here. After actually, he's playing the ukulele, and then he says the word.
That's amazing. I'm telling you, man, like, people are, like, covering this song. They're playing it in their clubs and stuff like that. Like, the establishment really went hard trying to get rid of it, but they were very unsuccessful in that. All they did was Streisand affect it. That's all they did. So...
Yep.
Because the thing is like, honestly,
I want you to mute it on stream.
Okay.
Hey, mute me because you're showing this on Discord. I actually no, I think you should be fine because you're just sharing your screen.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, you should be fine. And just listen to the rest of it. It's great.
Oh yeah, okay. I have to mute the browser.
Yeah, you have to mute the browser.
I'm gonna rewind it a bit. Chat, tell me if you can hear this. And you do not lie to me. This is important, chat.
I'll check.
Okay.
Go.
Can you hear that?
No.
Okay. Yeah, he gets like his voice, he deepens it a bit. He's really like
He's emboldened by the words.
He's really, yeah, he really is. Like, he puts more oomph behind it than the rest of the song. That's amazing.
It's the like neck beard white dude singing
Yeah,
it
the
that does
bald
that
neck
village
beard. Yeah, it's amazing, actually. Like, the visual of it is so good. Like, this pasty white, overweight, bearded, bald, middle-aged, square-framed, glasses-wearing, ukulele-playing, neckbeard Redditor singing N-word HH. Like, it's amazing to see.
It's so uncanny. Like, it's just like, this is the world we live in. I cannot believe this is the world that we live in.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It really is, isn't it? Oh my gosh, it's so funny.
Yeah. Despite all the things happening, you know, overseas and you know, across the pond over in the UK and the rest of Europe, it's, you know, I do think we are still somehow just barely in the best timeline, you know? I'm glad, you know, I was born too late, you know, to conquer brown ladies in South America, and I was born too early to conquer alien bitches in some, you know, foreign planet. But I was born just in time to listen to this.
You know what? Now that you say that, I'm gonna also do another quick little thing that I thought I thought it was pretty neat, actually, which was let me pull it up on my timeline here really quick. There it is. This was a neat little thing that I saw making the rounds. That really, like, it's a very nostalgia triggering little video here. Which was the last sunset of New York in the 20th century.
Truly the end of an era.
It is, and it's the most surreal part about this is the presence of the Twin Towers here, because like I grew up in the 90s. I was age 8 through 18 in the 90s, you know, and I know I got to grow up, and now having like basically half of my life before 9/11 and half of my life after 9/11, a little more after than before now. I can honestly say that like the Twin Towers falling, 9/11 was like, it really was like the inflection point of civilization getting better to its civilization getting worse. Yeah. Ever since 9/11, we got the Patriot Act and all of the shit, and everything is spiraling. Racism it was getting better all through the 90s. And then after 9/11, it just started getting worse again. Everything just started getting worse again after 9/11. And it's like, that really is like the inflection point. So like when I saw this video and I saw like that 90s like synthcore music playing with it, and like it's like a 4:3 filmed on VHS, camcorder.
Yeah.
I was just like, man, I feel so fortunate and lucky to have been able to grow up in the 90s. And I didn't.
Having been born a year and a half before 9/11.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I think, because I always think like your generation and stuff like that. You didn't get to see to experience the world like basically between the end of the Cold War and 9/11. That was like it really was like that period between the Cold War ending and 9/11 was peak Western civilization. That was the best that Western civilization has ever been. Was in that time frame. And we didn't know how lucky we were back then. But I'm very glad to have been able to live and grow up in that era. So anyway,
Yeah.
what's your last clip of the week?
I sent you one last clip. This just
Got
a
it.
little funny. I found it in the replies of the cocaine truck meme video.
Okay.
The people salting the roads. I found
Oh
this.
yeah.
And as a short person, I can relate.
Okay.
Look at homie in the middle, walking in to help. You see him?
This guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep an eye on him. They call him Junior.
Look at him getting just picked up.
It's a him to stay there. They called him in specifically for this. Just to add some extra weight.
Oh, I know exactly. Like I like back when I was a geologist, I used to work on drill sites and stuff like that, and you have to find ways to make your job entertaining and stuff like that, you know. So
Yeah.
that's great. My final one is a cursed it's a cursed tweet. Let me minimize this.
Okay.
And why? So this is a mod. This is a mod that somebody made for, I think, a crossbow. And it's just one of those moments where I was like, I accidentally suffered, and I want to make everybody else suffer so that I feel better. Kind of moments. So let me. I'm gonna maximize this on the.
This is like CS, like.
It's just like CS:GO. It's a CS:GO bot, I think. Yes.
I don't know if this is CS:GO, dude. I think this is the older one.
I don't know what it is. All I know is it's a mod in a multiplayer FPS game, and everyone has to suffer like I suffered. Damn it!
Is this Dork? What does it sound? It moans when you like look The guy getting splatted into the fucking
I love
wall
how
with
I
the
love
fucking crossbow.
my favorite part of this, honestly, though, is how gently he puts the arrow into the girl. Like, watch him load the arrow and how gently he does it. It's so hilarious and gentle.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll gently place it. Pins that dude to the wall. Anyway, this is just some cursed stupidity I felt was a good way to end the stream, chat. All right. Well, that's the show. That's our show. That was a fun one. That was a real fun one. But we do need to get out of here. So what do you got going on?
I have a stream in like 45 minutes. I need to. Tomorrow is Petha's birthday, so we're gonna be out. We're gonna be going to her parents' place for like the whole day, pretty much.
Oh, good. Oh, so you're gonna do the planning stream tonight?
Yep, we're doing the planning stream tonight. So that's me. Aside from that, Monday, I think Monday Petha had an appointment. But I'm probably gonna do some sort of birthday show on Monday. I'm not gonna do D&D.
Okay.
Celebrate, Paige's birthday, maybe my birthday as well.
Yeah, take some D&D stress off of you too. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad because I already missed the last D&D session as well.
Mm-hmm.
So me missing this one means we'll be missing D&D for more than a month. But I haven't gotten any work done, so it is what it is.
It is what it is.
This next area is one where I actually need to work with chat members for it, so I can't just work on it whenever I'm in the mood. People have to be available for it as well.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes when I am in the mood, it's like some like really odd hour where it's like fucking, you know, stupid o'clock for people across the pond. But anywho's, besides that, Tuesday I don't plan to stream on Tuesday. Tuesday's my birthday. But I think Patho might stream when she gets home from work. I don't know. But don't expect the stream on Tuesday because there probably won't be one.
No, that's
Wednesday,
totally fine.
Wednesday, I plan to play some more Lords of the Fallen with Jazz. We both honestly really fucking enjoyed it. I'm excited.
Yeah,
to
you guys were having a lot of fun with it. I saw at first you were kind of like but like you warmed up to it. You really did. So.
Thursday, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be on Mayonnaise Chase's show that evening.
Okay.
And besides that, the only other thing I know about is that I may be on the you're forgetting names.
Sultans?
Yes, I may be on the Sultans on Saturday.
And she might be on the Sultans on Saturday because this is the only really thing I have besides my normal gaming streams, that you already know about. I will be in Denver next weekend, so there will be no WTF next weekend, unfortunately. So Rosa's gonna get the weekend off to do as she wishes. She's still free to try to do the show if she wants. If not, she can do it. It's completely on her what she wants to do with it. Just believe it or not, chat, she still has the ability to just like go live on my channel.
Yeah, I've kept it.
Yeah. So
I've maintained it. You kept mine too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I can cover for you whatever.
Bet.
But it's entirely up to Rosa what she wants to do. No stress.
I probably will still do a stream on Saturday on your channel.
Do it.
Yeah, I probably will still do a podcast this coming Saturday.
Cool. What I'll do is I will schedule. Is you have the ability to get in and schedule streams, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. I will create a thumbnail for it, and then let you do what you want with it. But until then, we're gonna go ahead and get out of here, chat, because Rosa's got a planning stream to do, and she's been online enough as it is already. So let's get the heck out of here. All right.
Yeah. I'll talk to you guys later, chat.
Watch is yours as always.
I'm gonna go fuck yourselves.
Take care.
Bye.